मॅडम तुम्हाला आवाज वगैरे येते ना व्यवस्थित?
हो सर, आवाज क्लिअर येतोय. नाव चेंज करत होतो मी.
ते 3 डॉट जे आहेत ना खाली ऑप्शन बटन आहे बघा, तो मोर ऍक्शन नावाचं. मोर ऍक्शन मध्ये जा, सेटिंग मध्ये जा, त्याच्यामध्ये प्रोफाईल मध्ये जा, तिथे सेट युअर डिस्प्ले मध्ये नेम मध्ये नाव टाका आणि ओके करा.
युजर आणि पासवर्ड येतो सर.
नाही तेच करू नका. प्रोफाईल मध्ये जाऊन फक्त तुमचं सेट युअर डिस्प्ले नेम करा आणि ओके करा. ऑथेंटिकेट नका करू.
सेटिंग मध्ये गेल्यावर
सर तुम्हाला व्हॉट्सअपवर पाठवलं.
हा ओंकर सर, ते बीसीएन सर जे जॉईन झाले ना, डॉक्टर जोगेंद्र सिंग बीसीएन.
एक तर मुळात तुम्ही मला ऐनवेळी बोलवलं या विषयाला. चला.
Can I begin, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Pro-VC sir is already there, so we can begin.
Okay, sir. On behalf of the Sharda Bhavan Education Society's Institute of Technology and Management, Nanded, I take this opportunity to welcome all our esteemed guests and participants on this one-day national webinar on the extremely significant and relevant topic of the time, the new education policy 2020. And today we have the privilege to have with us some experts from the field of education who shall be reflecting on the theme of this webinar. The theme of the webinar is the National Education Policy 2020, and it has been launched by the government on 29th of July 2020. The NEP 2020 aims to address many growing developmental imperatives of our country and is aligned to the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. The NEP 2020 is built on the foundational pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. The NEP recommends many transformational ideas for school education and college education. The main objective of this webinar is to create awareness about the newly launched National Education Policy 2020 amongst teachers, students, officials, and other stakeholders in the higher education system. And we will have the question answer session at the end of the webinar. The participants can type their questions in the chat box. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Honorable Dr. Jogendra Singh Bisen sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor sir will be inaugurating today's webinar. I am delighted to introduce and welcome Honorable Dr. S.B. Thorat sir, Director, Sri Sharda Bhavan Education Society's Institute of Technology and Management, Nanded, who will be chairing all the sessions of this webinar. And to give us a valuable insight into this extremely promising program, today we have with us Honorable Dr. D.N. More sir, Professor of English, PG Department of English and Research Center, People's College, Nanded, and the member of Academic Council, Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded, as an eminent speaker for the first session. And Honorable Dr. Ajay Kushwaha sir, Associate Professor and Research Guide, School of CS and IT, Jain deemed to be University, Bengaluru, as the speaker for the second session. And eventually, Honorable Dr. Nirmal Sahuji sir, Professor of Physics, Department of General Science and Engineering, Kamalayan Bajaj Institute of Engineering and Technology, Baramati, Maharashtra, as a keynote speaker for the concluding session. Let me welcome all the distinguished speakers of today's session. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the scholarly attendees of this webinar. Thank you for joining us today. We hope this webinar will be beneficial for a one-day national webinar. Honorable Dr. S.B. Thorat sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjeevani Jadhav. I welcome at the outset. I welcome Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Shri Jogendra Singh Ji Bisen and all the speaker, beloved friend Dr. D.N. More, Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, Dr. Nirmal Sahuji, and I will just give the outline of this today's program. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Jogendra Singh Bisen Ji will be inaugurating this webinar, and he will be addressing as an inaugurator. And our first session will be conducted by Dr. D.N. More, and which will last up to quarter over 2, and then we'll be having lunch break at quarter over 2 to 3, and at 3, Dr. Ajay Kushwaha will be conducting the second session, and after his session, Dr. Nirmal Sahuji will be conducting his concluding session. And with this brief outline, I would like to sign off with a request to Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Jogendra Singh Ji Bisen to inaugurate this webinar and to address us on NEP 2020, the excellent step taken by the government in the interest of education and academia. Sir, kindly inaugurate the webinar and welcome you and all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sanjeevani.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
इस आभासी मंच पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, सभी को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के विषय में आयोजित इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के आयोजक शारदा भवन एजुकेशन सोसाइटी के आईटीएम महाविद्यालय के प्रधानाचार्य थोराट सर, विभिन्न विषयों को लेकर आप सभी का प्रबोधन करने वाले संसाधन महानुभाव, सभी विद्वज्जन, छात्र, अध्यापक भाइयों तथा बहनों, मैं अपनी बात को प्रारंभ करते समय प्रारंभ में ही राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के संबंध में आयोजित इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के उद्घाटन की उद्घोषणा करता हूं। मित्रों, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 ये दीर्घ समय के पश्चात, मतलब लगभग 34 वर्षों के पश्चात एक नीति को केंद्र सरकार ने जनता के समक्ष रखा। पहली बात तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि यह राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति यह आजादी के बाद की पहली नीति नहीं है। देश के स्वाधीनता के पश्चात ये तीसरी बार शिक्षा नीति में परिवर्तन हो रहा है। मित्रों, इस शिक्षा नीति के परिवर्तन की आवश्यकताएं समय के अनुसार यदि हमने देखे तो 34 वर्ष के दीर्घ समय में तकनीकी शिक्षा में काफी परिवर्तन हुए, समाज की मानसिकता में परिवर्तन हुए, विज्ञान ने प्रगति की, और इन सारी प्रगति को सामने जब हम रखते हैं और दूसरी ओर यह शिक्षा ग्रहण करने वाले छात्र को हम देखते हैं, तो उस शिक्षा के माध्यम से, मतलब यह शिक्षा नीति की उद्घोषणा होने से पहले जिस शिक्षा नीति का हम अनुसरण कर रहे थे वो शिक्षा नीति अपने अपने समय में वो शिक्षा नीति सही रही, लेकिन 34 वर्ष के बाद जिस प्रकार की विज्ञान ने प्रगति की, जिस प्रकार की समाज की मांग है, उसे यदि हमने देखा तो इस प्रकार के परिवर्तन की समाज के लिए आवश्यकता थी। क्योंकि हमने काफी बार यह समीक्षा की कि पूर्व शिक्षा नीति जो मैकाले प्रणीत शिक्षा पद्धति रही, केवल किसी कार्यालय में नौकरी प्राप्त करने के लिए जो शिक्षा नीति बताई गई, 100% यह बात भले ही सही न रही हो, किंतु यह तो सही है कि सभी छात्रों को उस पद्धति से रोजगार मिलने की संभावनाएं नहीं रही। राजनीतिक दल कोई भी सत्ता में आए, लेकिन कोई भी राजनीतिक दल देश के समग्र युवाओं को नौकरी देने के लिए सक्षम नहीं है। दूसरी बात, केवल सरकारी नौकरी के बल पर कोई भी राष्ट्र जगत में अपना ऊंचा स्थान निर्माण नहीं कर सकता। यदि जगत में हमको यदि ऊंचा स्थान प्राप्त करना है तो देश में निर्माण की क्षमता निर्माण करनी होगी, उत्पन्न करनी होगी, उसको बढ़ावा देना होगा। क्या सचमुच इस देश में शिक्षा की स्थितियां बहुत खराब रही क्या? तो ऐसी भी स्थिति नहीं है। महात्मा गांधी का एक भाषण लंदन में महात्मा गांधी ने कहा कि यू पीपल आर डिस्ट्रॉयड ए ब्यूटीफुल ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन इन इंडिया। आप लोगों ने हम भारतीय देश में या भारत में जो शिक्षा पद्धति थी, उस शिक्षा पद्धति के वृक्ष को आप लोगों ने नष्ट किया, ऐसे लंदन में कहा। तो कौन सी शिक्षा पद्धति थी? जहां पर नालंदा और तक्षशिला जैसे गुरुकुल में, विश्वविद्यालयों में केवल इस देश के नहीं बल्कि विदेश से भी हजारों छात्र आते थे। इस देश के ज्ञान की परंपरा को बतलाते हुए 1912 में जो भारत भारती लिखी गई, उसमें मैथिलीशरण गुप्त लिखते हैं, स्वाभाविक है कि हिंदी का अध्यापक होने से हिंदी के रचनाकार का संदर्भ देना मैं आवश्यक भी मानता हूं। और वो उचित भी है। 1912 में भारत भारती प्रकाशित हुई और भारत भारती में लिखते हैं मैथिली सेनगुप्त, हाँ वृद्ध भारतवर्ष ही संसार का सिरमौर है। हाँ वृद्ध भारतवर्ष ही संसार का सिरमौर है, ऐसा पुरातन देश कोई विश्व में क्या और है। भगवान की भवभूतियों का यह प्रथम भांडार है, विधि ने किया नर सृष्टि का पहले यही विस्तार है। मतलब इतना यह प्राचीन राष्ट्र है। यह प्राचीन राष्ट्र जब शैशव दशा में देश प्राय जिस समय सब व्याप्त थे, जब सारी दुनिया शैशव दशा में शिशुअवस्था में थी, शरीर पर कपड़े परिधान करने की सभ्यता भी जब नहीं थी, तब इस देश में संस्कृति और सभ्यता विराजमान थी। शैशव दशा में देश प्राय जिस समय सब व्याप्त थे, निशेष विषयों में तभी हम प्रौढ़ता को प्राप्त थे। संसार को पहले हमी ने ज्ञान शिक्षा दान की, आचार की, व्यापार की, व्यवहार की, विज्ञान की। मतलब जगत को ये सारा ज्ञान हमने प्रदान किया। भारत की वैज्ञानिक प्राचीन परंपरा को बात यदि हम करें, उसके संबंध में बात करें तो घंटों तक उस पर बहस हो सकती है। मैं उसके साथ काफी संदर्भ नहीं दूंगा। इस उद्घाटन के अवसर पर मैं एक संदर्भ आपको दूंगा, विशेषकर मराठवाड़ा का संदर्भ दूंगा। मित्रों, मेरे अंतर्मन में यह विचार उत्पन्न होता है कि एलोरा की गुफाएं किसी कारीगर ने बनाई और उन गुफाओं में, केव्स में एक कैलाश गुफा बनाई गई। इसकी दो खासियत है, दो विशेषताएं हैं। एक विशेषता यह है कि यह सारी गुफा, ये सारी केव एक पत्थर में, ये सारा भवन एक पत्थर में है, सिंगल स्टोन। दूसरी विशेषता यह है कि सारे भवनों का, इमारतों का निर्माण, बिल्डिंग का निर्माण पहले नींव डाली जाती है, नींव से कलश की ओर जाता है। दुनिया का मात्र एक यह भवन है जिसका निर्माण कलश से नींव की ओर गया है। मतलब जिस कारीगर ने पहले एक सपना देखा, एक चित्र आंका अपने मस्तिष्क में कि मुझे इस प्रकार का भवन निर्माण करना है, और उसने जो चित्र अपने मस्तिष्क में आंका उसको दूसरी पीढ़ी की ओर हस्तांतरित किया, दूसरी से तीसरी। यह भवन बनाने के लिए 7 पीढ़ियां समाप्त हो गई। प्रश्न ये निर्माण होता है, उत्पन्न होता है कि पहले कारीगर ने देखा हुआ वो स्वप्न, वह चित्र, उसने अपनी अगली पीढ़ी को कैसे हस्तांतरित किया। यह कारीगर किस पाठशाला में पढ़ा, यह महारत उसने कहां से हासिल की, यह कौशल, यह स्किल उसने कहां से प्राप्त किया। इतनी क्षमता इस देश में थी। इसलिए राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति जिन विषयों को लेकर आगे बढ़ती है, वो यह शिक्षा नीति, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति, ये छात्र केंद्रित है। छात्र केंद्रित इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि अब तक की स्थिति ये रही कि हमने बहुत अच्छे अंक ले लिए, विज्ञान शाखा में प्रवेश लिया, कम अंक लिए थोड़े, वाणिज्य संकाय में प्रवेश लिया, बहुत कम अंक मिल गए, कला संकाय में प्रवेश लिया। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति कहती है ज्ञान की सभी शाखाएं महत्वपूर्ण हैं, कोई एक शाखा उच्च और कोई कनिष्ठ ऐसे नहीं हो सकता। ज्ञान की सारी शाखाएं अपने में विशेष महत्व रखती है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, छात्र को, जिस बताया गया चॉइस छात्रों को दिया है, विकल्प छात्रों के लिए हाथ में है। विज्ञान का छात्र भी यदि चाहता है कि मैं कोई म्यूजिक सीखूं, मैं संत साहित्य का अभ्यास करूं, तो उसकी सुविधा ये शिक्षा नीति देती है। क्योंकि प्राचीन समय में, जैसे मैंने कहा कि जिसका जिक्र किया था मैंने, कि नालंदा और तक्षशिला में बाहर से आने वाले छात्र या इस देश के छात्र एक ही विश्वविद्यालय में सभी विद्या शाखाओं का, संकाय का अध्ययन करते थे। उस प्रकार की आजादी थी। तो आज ये सुविधा राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति देती है। तीसरा बिंदु, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति भारतीयता की उस पहचान को बढ़ावा देना चाहती है, उसको उजागर करना चाहती है कि जिसके माध्यम से फिर एक बार हमारी वो स्वचेतना, वो हमारी अस्मिता, वो हमारी क्षमता, वो हमारी ताकत जागृत हो। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में और एक महत्वपूर्ण बात आती है, वो है कि छात्रों के लिए जैसे मेजर है, मेजर के साथ माइनर है, इलेक्टिव है जिसमें जेनेरिक इलेक्टिव है, इसी के साथ में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात है, साथ ही साथ स्किल एजुकेशन की भी बात है। यदि कोई छात्र, कला संकाय का छात्र यदि चाहता है कि मैं आईटीआई में जाऊं और कंप्यूटर की कोई शिक्षा मैं ग्रहण करूं, तो उसके लिए वो अवसर वहां पर है। वो केवल अपने ही महाविद्यालय में, अपनी ही निजी संस्था में सीखेगा, ऐसी कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है उसको। स्किल सीखने के लिए वो जहां जाना चाहता है, और अभी तो कुछ सीमाएं सामने आई है कि ये संस्था से आप स्किल ले सकते हैं। मैं तो कहता हूं कि जब ये शिक्षा नीति का और अधिक प्रचार और प्रसार होगा और इसका स्थायी रूप समाज में निर्माण होगा, तो छात्र तो उसके मन चाहे स्थान से वो स्किल अर्जित कर सकता है और उसके क्रेडिट वो लाता है। तो इसके लिए एक सुविधा दी है राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति ने, वो है एकेडमिक बैंक क्रेडिट। जिस प्रकार से हम अपने धनराशि बैंक में डिपॉजिट करते हैं और जब हमें चाहिए तब हम उसे अपनाते हैं, स्वीकार लेते हैं और उसका उपयोग करते हैं, तो उसी प्रकार से छात्र जो क्रेडिट अर्न करेगा, वो प्राप्त किए हुए क्रेडिट उसके एकेडमिक बैंक क्रेडिट में जमा रहेंगे और जब चाहे वो प्राप्त कर लेगा। शिक्षा नीति की और एक विशेषता यह है, मैंने जैसे कहा कि छात्र केंद्रीय शिक्षा नीति, उसका कारण यह है कि पहली तो स्थिति थी कि 12वीं की कक्षा उत्तीर्ण होने के बाद प्रथम वर्ष में प्रवेश लिया, किसी कारण से शिक्षा छोड़ दी, वह ग्रेजुएट नहीं हो सका, तो ऐसी स्थिति में उसको कहां तक पढ़ाई बताई जाएगी? तो 12वीं उत्तीर्ण है। यह नई शिक्षा, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में यह बात सामने आई है कि यदि वह फर्स्ट ईयर में छोड़ता है, एग्जिट होता है, बाहर निकलता है, तो उसके लिए सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा। यदि सेकंड ईयर में एग्जिट होता है तो डिप्लोमा मिलेगा, थर्ड ईयर में यदि एग्जिट होता है तो डिग्री मिलेगी। विदेश में जाता है तो विदेश में 4 साल की पदवी की उपाधि होना आवश्यक है। हमारे पास में 3 साल की डिग्री थी, इसलिए विदेश में जाने वाले छात्रों के लिए, व्यक्तियों के लिए समस्या उत्पन्न होती थी। वो समस्या के समाधान की भी एक का प्रावधान इसमें है और वो 4 वर्ष की डिग्री यहाँ पर प्राप्त करके यदि बाहर जाना चाहता है तो बाहर भी जाएगा। मतलब देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने वाली, छात्र को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने वाली, युवाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने वाली और स्वाभाविक रूप से युवाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाते हुए राष्ट्र को विकास की, उन्नति की चरम शिखा पर पहुंचाने के लिए यह शिक्षा नीति निश्चित रूप से सफल, कारगर सिद्ध होगी। हाँ, ये बात सही है कि इसके क्रियान्वयन में कुछ समस्याएं अवश्य है, कुछ बाधाएं अवश्य है, कुछ कठिनाइयां अवश्य है, लेकिन जो कठिनाई से भरा होता है, जो बाधाओं से भरा होता है, वही करने में तो एक अर्थ से कौशल सिद्ध होता है। जो आसान है, जो सभी कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें कोई विशेषता नहीं होगी, तो वो तो बात सभी स्वीकार कर लेंगे। लेकिन इसमें कुछ कठिनाइयां हैं, बाधाएं, ये बात सही है। तो किसी भी नीति की सफलता, यशस्विता किस पर निर्भर करती है? तो किसी भी नीति की सफलता, यशस्विता निर्भर करती है उसके क्रियान्वयन पर, इंप्लीमेंटेशन पर। यदि उसको हम ठीक ढंग से क्रियान्वयन कर पाए तो वह सफल होगी। यदि हम उसे ठीक क्रियान्वयन नहीं कर पाए तो वो सफलता उसमें नहीं मिलेगी। और यदि इसको सफल बनाना है तो यह सफल बनाने का एक अर्थ से दायित्व नियति ने अध्यापकों के कंधों पर रखा है। मैंने कहा कि यह शिक्षा नीति के माध्यम से राष्ट्र विकास की, उन्नति की चरम सीमा पर पहुंचेगा, राष्ट्र आत्मनिर्भर बनेगा। यदि राष्ट्र आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है तो यह दायित्व अब किसके कंधों पर है? तो स्वाभाविक रूप से यह दायित्व अध्यापकों के कंधों पर है। और मित्रों, मेरा अपना मानना यह है कि राष्ट्र का उत्थान, राष्ट्र का विकास, राष्ट्र की प्रगति राजनीति के माध्यम से 100% सफल होगी, इसे कोई नहीं कह सकता। माध्यम, मीडिया के माध्यम से देश विकास की ओर जाएगा, इस पर मेरा विश्वास नहीं है। लेकिन यदि अध्यापक एक बात सोचता है और अध्यापक सही मार्ग से अपने दायित्व का निर्वहन करता है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से वो अपने कामकाज में जरूर सफल होगा। और उन अध्यापकों के कंधों पर यह सारा दायित्व आज नीति ने सौंपा है, देश की सरकार ने सौंपा है। तो हम आज इस विषय पर बहस करें, जिसमें जो कठिनाइयां हैं उस पर भी बहस करें और वादे वादे जायते प्रतिबोधा के मुताबिक इस हमारे वादविवाद से, मंथन से, चर्चा से, बहस से इसमें से कोई अमृत बाहर निकल आए, जो अमृत समाज और देश के लिए उपयोगी सिद्ध होगा। मैं आईटीएम के प्रमुख थोरात सर, उनकी संस्था, सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि एक बहुत ही अच्छे विषय पर आपने इस संगोष्ठी का आयोजन किया। इस अवसर पर आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया और उद्घाटन के अवसर पर मेरे अपने विचार व्यक्त करने का एक मौका आपने दिया, अवसर आपने दिया। इसलिए मैं आपको साधुवाद देता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं और सभी प्रतिभागियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। संसाधन महानुभावों को भी मैं विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से उनका स्वागत करता हूं, उन्हें भी बधाई देता हूं, उनका भी अभिनंदन करता हूं और मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, sir.
थोड़ा सर आप म्यूट हो, थोड़ा सर आप म्यूट हो, आप म्यूट हो।
हाँ सर, मैं आईटीएम के तरफ से और सभी जो सुनने वाले श्रोतागण हैं उनके तरफ से, सभी एक्सपर्ट के तरफ से, मेरे स्टाफ के तरफ से, शारदा मैनेजमेंट सोसाइटी की तरफ से, आईटीएम के छात्र और प्राध्यापक की तरफ से आपका दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। और आपने एकदम सरल शब्द में, सरल भाषा में और अत्यंत सहजता से एनईपी का हमें जो ज्ञान दिया उसके लिए मैं आपका ऋणी हूँ और मैं आपको दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार रहूंगा हमेशा। इतने सरल सहज शब्दों में मैं एनईपी सही में सर आपकी जितनी तारीफ के कम है और उसके एग्जाम्पल भी आपने बहुत अच्छे दिए, मुझे तो बहुत बहुत भाया। और अभी कमेंट बॉक्स में लोग भी आपको कहेंगे, मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम यूट्यूब पे इसका हो रहा है, उसका मैं आपको स्क्रीनशॉट भेज दूंगा। बहुत सरल शब्दों में अत्यंत सहजता से ये गोष्ठी हुई है। आपका जो स्पीच हुआ है उसके लिए मैं दोबारा आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ और आपका आने के लिए, समय देने के लिए शुक्रिया। संजनी, ओवर टू यू। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर, जोगेंद्र सिंह जी बिसेन, थैंक यू वेरी मच। We are blessed to have you, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I kindly request Dr. M.S. Altamash, sir, to deliver a vote of thanks. Dr. M.S. Altamash, sir, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed chief guests, respected director, sir, and dear participants. On behalf of our ITM and its entire fraternity, I, Dr. M.S. Altamash, feel immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks. I am honored to have given an opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for attending this webinar on NEP 2020. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Dr. Jogendra Singh Bisen, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, for inaugurating this webinar and sparing his precious time from his busy schedule to grace the event, and he has enlightened in a very simple language to us. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep regards to our director, sir, Dr. S.B. Thorat, sir, for being a constant source of motivation and guiding force in our endeavors to excel in the field of education, and his unfaltering support and confidence in us. Of our institution and a guiding force for every new step forward. Thank you so much, sir, for organizing this webinar. On behalf of the staff of ITM and the participants, I would like to express a word of gratitude towards our today's speakers, Dr. D.N. More, sir, Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, sir, and Dr. Nirmal Sahuji, sir, for accepting our invitation. Deep sense of thanks and appreciation goes to all the participants who are live with us and are attending the webinar with great enthusiasm and making it a great success. Last but not least, I would like to thank the technical team for all the support and the members of the academic community for being a part of this webinar. This event cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very dedicated colleagues of ITM. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, I call Ms. Sanjeevani Jadhav, Madam, to introduce the first speaker. Over to you, Jadhav, Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Without further ado, On behalf of our Institute of Technology and Management, I take this opportunity to invite Honorable Dr. D.N. More sir to address this gathering of academicians and scholars. Before that, I would like to give his brief introduction. Dr. D.N. More sir has been associated with People's College, Nanded in the capacity of Professor of English for 17 years. He has successfully completed an MRP sanctioned by the UGC, New Delhi, and is presently pursuing one sanctioned by Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded. He has been a university recognized research guide. He has also published a book titled Manohar Malgaonkar, a thematic study in selected novels. He has to his credit 23 scholarly research papers published in peer-reviewed and UGC-listed journals of national and international repute. He has published 6 chapters in edited books and 11 in conference proceedings. Besides attending 39 conferences, seminars, workshops, he has presented 10 research papers and delivered 17 talks as a resource person. He has also taken initiative in starting मी असा घडलो, My Life Story and पुस्तकांच्या संगी जगू आनंदी in the company of books. The student-centric activities under the college initiative बदलत्या जगाच्या नव्या दिशा, new directions of the changing world. He has been a member of Academic Council, Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded. He has also taken an initiative as convener in starting the Swami Ramananda Tirth Mala. His contribution towards higher education is also noteworthy. His book entitled Higher Education Policy, Challenges and Directions has been published by the Unique Foundation, Pune. He has been honored for his relentless social and academic work with the Rashtriya Gnanadip Puraskar by the Gnanadip Parivar Nanded, and I can proudly say that I was his student. It gives me immense pleasure to invite the first speaker of today's webinar, Dr. D.N. More sir. He will now be sharing his views on the NEP 2020. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार आणि स्वागत मोरे सर. डॉक्टर मोरे सर, नमस्कार आणि स्वागत आपलं. प्लीज प्रोसीड सर.
Respected director of this esteemed institute, Dr. Thorat sir, the vice principal of the college, Dr. Bokare sir, Altamas sir, Tamsekar sir, my student Dr. Sanjeevani Jadhav, and dear participants. Previously, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of the University, my teacher, respected Dr. Bishan sir, has enlightened you in relation to national education policy. In the forthcoming 40 minutes, I want to share my experiences, my views, my ideas in relation to national education policy, and especially the provisions which the state government and the central government that are going to implement in the forthcoming year, that is 2023 and 2024. Dear participants, as you might know that there are various provisions in relation to national education policy and with special reference to higher education that has been incorporated in the document which is sanctioned on 29th July 2020 by the Central Cabinet. The provisions are like this. The NEP envisions to restructure the institutions and its consolidation. The NEP also envisions to provide holistic and multidisciplinary education to all and sundry. The third important provision in the NEP is access, equity, quality, affordability, and inclusiveness. And the policy envisions to provide such kind of education to the students in higher education. What is more important that is envisioned in national education policy is to provide vocational education, skill-based education, and value-added education to the students of higher education. One more provision which is related to higher education is establishment of National Research Foundation in order to promote research and innovation, which is the important component for the development of India. Another provision in National Education Policy document is establishment of Higher Education Commission of India in place of University Grants Commission. Through the establishment of Higher Education Commission of India, that is HECI, the policy makers wants to decentralize the authority and the powers of higher education. For example, they want to establish National Assessment Accreditation Council, which will throw light on the accreditation of higher education institutions in India. Another agency will be established, that is Higher Education Funding Agency, which will look for promotion of the grants in higher education institutions in India. Then the third will be the General Education Council, which will look for the learning outcomes of the curriculum. So in short, what I want to say is that these are the provisions that has been established in National Education Policy. I will not go into detail all these provisions because due to the scarcity of time, it is difficult to speak on all provisions. But I want to bring your concentration to the major changes that is envisioned in National Education Policy in relation to curriculum restructuring, redesigning of the pedagogical practices in teaching, learning, and evaluation practices, number one. Number two, restructuring of the curriculum in relation to provide multidisciplinary education so that the personality development of the students will be improved, will be increased. The third, skill-based, value-based, ability-enhanced vocational courses that has been incorporated in it. Number four, financing of higher education. And the last is how such kind of provisions will be implemented in the forthcoming years. What are the challenges and what are the solutions? What are the way out? In line of this, I will speak in front of you in the forthcoming 30 or 35 minutes, you may say. Dear participants, the first provision in National Education Policy, which will make tremendous impact on the students who have enrolled in higher education institutions is restructuring of curriculum. The policy maker states that the existing curriculum is outdated, irrelevant, which has not provided any kind of employability, which has not provided value-based education, which has not provided vocational courses or vocational education. In line of this, they have determined to restructure or redesigning of the existing curriculum with introducing major and minor subjects in the specific disciplines. There are two components. Number one, discipline specific courses. Number two, subject specific courses. So these two broad categories that the national education policy makers wants to redesign in the curriculum, so that the students will opt one major subject and one minor subjects in addition to ability enhancement course. That may be a compulsory one course may be the compulsory ability enhancement course, and another may be a optional ability enhancement course that the students will opt Kannada, Pali, Russian, Sanskrit, Hindi, Marathi, Urdu, whatever it may be as per their choice. So the main objective is to provide multidisciplinary education and to give flexibility, autonomy, so far as opting of the courses or opting of the subjects are concerned. What is more important in the multidisciplinary education is providing ability enhancement course, introducing key skill enhancement course, summer internships, apprenticeships, community outreach activities, and what is more important is projects or dissertations at the final stage of the students. The 6 components which University Grants Commission has introduced in the document which has recently published, titled Curriculum and Credit Framework for Undergraduate Programs by the University Grants Commission. If you have gone through the document that is Curriculum and Credit Framework for Undergraduate Programs, you will understood that 120 credits, 3 years degree is introduced by the UGC. At the same time, 4 years degree in relation to 160 credits has been introduced by the UGC. In 3 years undergraduate program, there will be 120 credits, and which will divided into 3 categories or 3 components, you may say. 40 credits for first year, 40 credits for second year, and 40 credits for third year. So all put together in 120 credits, they have introduced the 6 components as I have already mentioned earlier, that is multidisciplinary, skill enhancement courses, skill value added courses, apprentice, summer internships, community outreach activities, and projects and dissertations. So this will be the new structure that will come in the next year in higher education institutions for the students. Those students who are interested for opting 4 years undergraduate courses, they may be given flexibility or autonomy to opt for this. And those students who are interested to opt 3 years undergraduate programs, for them postgraduate program will be 2 years. And those students who have opted 4 years undergraduate program, for them postgraduate will be 1 year. So all put together, 5 years integrated UG and PG program is introduced by this new national education policy. This is point number 1 so far as curriculum redesigning or restructuring is concerned. My second point that I want to keep in front of you is redesigning or restructuring of the pedagogical practices in teaching, learning, and evaluation system in Indian higher education system. What is the observation of the researchers, scholars, or educationists, and moreover the policymakers is that the pedagogical practices that we have designed in the existing pattern is outdated, is irrelevant, which has not involve the stakeholders, that is the students, in teaching, learning, evaluation process. We opted one way teaching, learning, evaluation process, which is not beneficial for the students fraternity in Indian higher education, or the policy makers stated. In view of this, the new pedagogical practices that has been introduced in the new national education policy in relation to the different components, and these components are that the teacher in the class has to be introduced the lecture courses or lecture methodology, that he has directly introduced the topic, introduced the concept, introduced the terms to the students in a direct teaching, learning the practices. Number two, tutorial courses, that the teacher has to give the tutorial assignments to the students, so that the practice will be made on the part of the students so far as writing, speaking, reading, and writing skill is concerned. The third component is practicals or laboratory works, you may say. Then the group discussions of the students, seminars of the students, internships in vacation time to the students, so that you get practical knowledge. That is what is introduced. Then some of the field-based activities, studio activities, projects, and community engagement service, that the students of MBA, the students of BCA, BCS will also work in some of the firms, so that they will get practical knowledge in this field or in the course that they have opted for. So this new pedagogical practices is very important in the teaching, learning, evaluation practices. My simple point is that, or this is the very important point in NEP, that is curriculum redesigning and the restructuring of the pedagogical practices. I will switch over to the second point of my deliberation, that is introducing holistic and multidisciplinary education. The main aim of this policy is to provide liberal arts education in which science subjects, vocational subjects, technological subjects, professional subjects, and skill-based subjects will be incorporated, and students will be given flexibility to opt for such kind of subjects. For example, if the students has enrolled his or her name for humanity discipline, or you may say as arts discipline in the old terminology, he may be given a permission to opt subject from science, subject from commerce and management, subject from BCA, BCS, MCA, MCS, or subjects from MBA, or subjects from interdisciplinary studies, say as education, say as law. So this kind of flexibility is given by the National Education Policy document. The main objective is to integrate the humanities and arts with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The term which is used as STEM, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. As you might know that in the elite institutions in India, that is Indian Institute of Technology or Indian Institute of Management or National Institute of Technology, in the previous years or when they have established at that time humanities subjects were not introduced in their curriculum. But now we have seen that this humanities subjects, social sciences, have been introduced in IITs and IIMs in Indian higher education institutions as well. Students of arts and humanities will aim to learn more science, more technical courses, more vocational courses, and more professional courses is the main objective. And in line of this, this document has given autonomy to faculty and institutes for framing curricula and pedagogical practices. In the existing system, the higher education institutions are affiliated to the universities, and that is why the courses which is introduced by the universities, and especially the board of studies and the faculties of the universities, are mandatory on the affiliating colleges. This national education policy envisions to provide
We regret the net issue at the end of Dr. D.N. More, sir. He will soon join. Please have patience and please cooperate. Thank you, one and all. There is some technical issue, net issue actually at the end of Dr. D.N. More, sir. Net is lost, so soon he will join. Yes, he has joined. Dear listener, dear participants, kindly bear with us. There is some net issue at the end of Dr. D.N. More, sir. He'll
Hello,
resolve
sir.
it. Sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, now you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, providing multidisciplinary and holistic education is the second point which I have elaborated in front of you. The third point that the national education policy speaks with us or introduce with us is to provide accessible, qualitative.
The video this is, no? It seems we again lost the connection of Dr. D.N. More, sir. Please bear with us. Inconvenience cause is deeply regretted. All the
Hello.
yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes.
And your yes, your video is also there.
Yeah. The policy envisions to provide accessible, equitable, qualitative, affordable, and inclusive education to all and sundry. And in line of this, there are specific provisions that has been mentioned in the document of National Education Policy. What is more important that we have find in the document is
vocational education will be introduced in Indian higher education system. And this vocational education will be connected to the traditional mode of education. In the existing system, what we have observed is that we are only providing conventional or traditional education to the students who have enrolled their name in higher education institutions in India. But what is the lacuna in it is that such kind of education has not provided, has not produced employability to the students of Indian education. In line of this, the policy envisions to connect the vocational education to the traditional mode of education. And in this line, they have also designed to restructuring of the Indian educational institute, higher education institutions in India. They decided or they determined that there will be only three kinds of higher education institutions, that is research universities, which will give more emphasis on teaching at undergraduate and graduate programs and research. More and more research will be taken place in such kind of universities that will be established in the forthcoming years. That is what the policy speaks about. Second category of the higher education institutions in India will be the teaching universities, which will give more emphasis on teaching at undergraduate and graduate programs and will also conduct research at the same time. The third institutes will be autonomous degree granting colleges, where the document states that there will not be a single affiliating higher education institutions in the forthcoming 15 years. Compulsory or mandatory autonomy will be given to each and every higher education institutions in India, and the de-affiliation system or the de-affiliation process will be taken in the forthcoming years. So all these autonomous degree granting colleges will be multidisciplinary higher education institutions of higher learning that will grant undergraduate degrees and is primarily focused on undergraduate teaching. So this kind of restructuring of the institutions is the basic provision in the document. What is the main aim behind it is that the policy envisions to move the multidisciplinary universities, colleges, and higher education institutions, clusters or knowledge hubs, you may say. This kind of restructuring of higher education institutions will take place on the basis of three parameters, which is introduced with the first chapter, that is, you may say, as higher education institute, higher education in the document. The three parameters are like this. Number one, the policy envisions that single stream higher education institutions will be phased out over time, and all will move towards multidisciplinary institutes or higher education clusters. There will be some negative implications of this phasing out of the single stream higher education institutions in India. Resultantly, the higher education institutions in remote, backward, or you may say as the rural areas will be phased out in order to establish multidisciplinary higher education institutions. Number two, the second parameter will be the policy states that there will be 3,000 or more students in each higher education institutions in India, which will be called as a multidisciplinary higher education institutions. So this enrollment of 3,000 in each and every institutions is mandatory, what the policy speaks about. And those higher education institutions have lower enrollment, that is of 3,000, will be phased out to establish multidisciplinary higher education institutions. This provision will also make negative implications, so that some of the higher education institutions who have a low enrollment of the students will be phased out to make multidisciplinary higher education institutions. And the third, that I already mentioned earlier, phasing out the system of affiliation over a period of 15 years through a system of graded autonomy. And this graded autonomy will be mandatory for such kind of multidisciplinary higher education institutions. They have also keep the aim that by 2030, all higher education institutions will plan to become multidisciplinary higher education institutions. So only 7 years are in our hand to transform the single higher education institutions or the low enrollment higher education institutions to a multidisciplinary education institutions. How it is feasible, how it is practicable, how it is possible is the basic question, and the future will give the answer of this question which I have already raised. One of the important provision that in national education policy document is mentioned is increasing of the gross enrollment ratio in higher education as well as the primary and secondary education as well. The current gross enrollment ratio in higher education is 27.3% only, as per the survey conducted by Ministry of Education, All India Survey on Higher Education, that is what is called. So this 27.3% gross enrollment ratio in higher education is a serious concern. It simply means that near about 77 or 78% of students, the 73% of students are out of the stream of higher education. And that is what the policy states, that by 2035, this gross enrollment ratio will be increased, and the target is fixed to go up to 50% of the gross enrollment ratio. This is a very important provision, and this is appreciable provision in the national education policy. This is a welcome provision in the national education policy, because increasing of the gross enrollment ratio is must, is an urgent need, is a dire need for providing accessible, quality and affordable inclusive education to all and sundry of the students in India. So in line of this, the state government and the central government has to take some of the steps in establishment of the multidisciplinary higher education institutions in each and every district in India. There is a provision in national education policy that one multidisciplinary higher education institute will be established in the district or the near the place of the district. So this is also important provision. And in addition to this, the policy states that there will be establishment of multidisciplinary education and research universities, MERU, MERU, that is what is called in short title, ACPAR, Indian Institute of Technology, or Indian Institute of Management, or National Institute of Technology. Such kind of institutes will definitely give a research-based education to the students of who have enrolled in such kind of universities. So this point, which is entitled as institutional restructuring and consolidation, and university has already make a document, has published a document, that is institutional restructuring in order to transforming multidisciplinary higher education institutions in 2 months ago. And the title is Guidelines for Transforming Higher Education Institutions into a Multidisciplinary Institutions. My fourth point is one more important provision which is introduced by NEP, and in line of this, they have also introduced and published a document. 2 documents are published. One is Academic Bank of Credit, and second is Multiple Entry and Multiple Exit in Academic Programs offered in higher education institutions to the students who have enrolled in it. What is the basic objective behind introducing this academic bank of credit is that those students who have enrolled in higher education institutions, their bank of credits will be opened, and the credits that they have earned will be preserved in such kind of bank of credits. The another provision that they have introduced is multiple entry and exit. For example, students who have enrolled their name in first year, and due to some of the problems, the time came on him or her to left the course, his or her credits will be preserved in academic bank of credit. After 3 years, maximum time is given by the document that he or she will be re-entered in the second year, or you may say as the third year, and the preserved credits in the academic bank of credits will be calculated for allocating the degree, say as the 3-year degree or the 4-year degree to the students. And in line of this, undergraduation degree structure has been remodified or redesigned by the National Education Policy. There will be 3 or 4-year duration with multiple exit and multiple options. 1-year degree, those students who have completed 1 year, that is of the 40 credits of the 2 semesters, the students will be given a diploma certificate. Those students who have completed 2 years, that is of the 4 semesters and 80 credits, in addition to 4 credits of the entrepreneurship, or you may say as the practical knowledge or the field-based studies that they have taken in a summer vacation, to them advanced diploma will be given. Advanced diploma will be allocated, and those students who have completed 6 semesters or 3 years, for them 3 years bachelor degree will be given. It is not mandatory to all students to enter for the 4-year degree course, but those who are interested specifically in research activities, research and innovation activities, such kind of students will be enrolled their name for the 4th year, and completion of the 8 semesters and 160 credits, students will be given 4-year degree with research or degree with honors for such kind of students. As I already mentioned earlier, that those students who have completed 4 years degree with research, they have to complete 1 year for master programs, and those who have completed 3 years, they have to complete 2 years master degree, in which the second year will be solely with
Again, we regret the NET issue. There is some technical issue with Dr. D.N. Moore, sir. We will soon resolve and he will join us. Kindly bear with us. Inconvenience caused is deeply regretted. Dr. D.N. Moore will be soon with us. Please bear with us. Some technical issues are there. His NET is giving some trouble. Soon he will resolve with the NET issues and he will be with us. Please bear with us. Thank you one and all. Please stay with us. Soon we'll start the proceeding. Dr. D.N. Morris are having some network issue. Kindly bear with us. We regret the inconvenience caused. Some technical issues with network and all at the end of our speaker, Dr. D.N. Morris. Meanwhile, I will just give some highlights on NEP. The first highlight is ensuring universal
Hello.
access. Sir, yes, please join.
I will take only 5 to 7 minutes.
Yes, okay.
There are interruptions so far as internet is concerned.
Yes, sir, we can understand. Please go ahead.
I am talking about internationalization of higher education, and this policy speaks about providing knowledge to the Indian students by establishing the campuses of the foreign universities in Indian soil. In view of this, the policy states that select 100 universities will be given permission to establish their campuses in India. In addition to this, private providers or private entrepreneurships, private capitalists also given a permission to establish their campuses, establish higher education institutions that will be called as the private higher education institutions in Indian soil. University Grants Commission has recently published a document titled as Setting and Operating of the Foreign Higher Education Institutions in Indian Soil, in which the document speaks that select 500 universities will be given permission to establish their campuses in India. They have also framed some kind of rules and regulations for setting and operating the foreign campuses of the universities in Indian soil, in which the freedom will be given to such kind of universities so far as curriculum designing is concerned. Number one. Number two, fee structure will be designed by such kind of universities, and there will be no any interference of the UGC or the central or the state government so far as structuring of the fees is concerned. What I want to say is that the sole authority or the freedom is given to such kind of higher education institutions so far as structuring of the fees is concerned. Number three, faculty will be permitted, or faculty will be selected by such kind of universities. And the fourth point is there will be no scholarship, there will be no free seat for the students who have enrolled their name in such kind of higher education institutions. So far at one level are public funded higher education institutions. At another level, these private institutions, or say as the foreign higher education institutions who have established their campuses in India, there is a big difference, there is a big gap so far as the authority, so far as the freedom or the flexibility in relation to curriculum, in relation to selection of the teachers is given to such kind of universities. The last point that I want to share with you is financing higher education is a serious concern. This policy speaks that 6% of the total GDP will be the expenditure will be allocated to education. But what is the reality? The reality is that we have not higher than the 3 or 3.5 that we have allocated the total funds to the education sector. And this is a serious concern. If you want to give accessible, qualitative, affordable, inclusive education to one and all, there is an urgent need that the gross GDP, that is what we say as the gross domestic product, have been allocated to the education. Education, which is included under the concurrent list, it is the responsibility of the center as well as the state governments to provide the funds to the important sectors as education. So this is what my ideas or my views in relation to national education policy. I am very grateful to the director of this esteemed institute, respected Dr. Thorat sir, for inviting me as a resource person and providing me an opportunity to share my views, my ideas, my experience, my knowledge to the participants. This is the need of the hour. Such kind of programs, such kind of seminars, conferences, you may say as online or offline mode, is an urgent need because the topic is very important, and such kind of topic that has to be reached to the faculty, to the students, and moreover to the stakeholders of higher education institutions. And in line of this, once again I thanks to the convener, to the organizers for organizing such kind of event and inviting me. Thank you, one and all. Sir, you are not audible, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Kindly unmute, sir.
Kindly
Unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Thorat, sir.
D.N. Morrison, for enlightening us on NEP, that is NEP, New Education Policy. It was very nutshell it, very informative. You cover almost all important aspect of New Education Policy, and you gave us the importance of the NEP. There are a few questions. One was by Dr. Rajesh Sadavarte. Will the UG degree will be of 3 years or 4 years from 2023 onwards?
Hello, can you repeat, sir? Can you repeat?
Dr. Rajesh, Professor Rajesh asked one question. From 2023 onward, will the UG degree be of 3 years or 4 years?
Yeah. See, state government has constituted various committees so far as its effective implementation is concerned. One committee was constituted under the chairmanship of R.D. Kulkarni sir. Another committee was constituted under the chairmanship of Nitin Karmalkar sir. So these committees have submitted their reports to the state governments, and they have tried at their level best to start the 3-year or 4-year degree program and redesigning of the curriculum for first year right from 2023-24. I mean in the forthcoming academic year. That is what they have decided. I don't know how such kind of provision will be implemented right from the next year, because there are various tasks that have to take place, redesigning of the curriculum, taking sanction in the academic council, so on and so forth. But the university and the state government tried at their level best to introduce 3 years or 4 years degree program, which will be implemented in the next academic year.
More, sir. Please check your link. There are few questions from the listeners. We have sent it through the link. You can ask the question through chat box of YouTube.
Yeah, sir. Or kindly unmute you. The participants can kindly unmute and straightforward ask a question to me.
Sir, good afternoon. May I ask a question, sir?
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Sir, what about arts faculty in NEP 2020? Will it be or there is
Hello.
no
What about arts faculty?
arts faculty? Will it be continued, sir?
Yeah. See, as I already spoke about this, the main objective of this NEP is to provide multidisciplinary and holistic education. So faculty will be continued, but the students will opt subjects from other discipline. For example, ex-students has enrolled his name for arts faculty in People's College Nanded, and he is more interested in one subject in technology, you may say, or subject in artificial intelligence, you may say, or one subject in engineering or the BCA or BCS, you may say. He or she may be given freedom. She or he may be given autonomy for opting such kind of subject. That is what NEP speaks about. How it is feasible, how it is practicable, because there are serious concerns so far as its effective implementation in NEP is concerned. There are serious concerns, but the options will be given, and
Again, we lost the net at the end of speaker, Dr. D.N. More, sir. So, if you have a question, any question, please ask through chat box on YouTube.
Dr. Thorat, sir.
You're there?
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Shall I answer to
Yeah,
what
you can answer. You can answer
Rajesh Sadavarte sir has asked the question?
Yeah, you can answer, sir.
He has said that in 2023-24 UG program is 3 or 4 year. So I will add to what Dr. More sir has said. Basically, 4-year program will be run by the college who offer PG program. And the student who wish to pursue the research, they can go for 4-year program. Otherwise, they can go for 3-year program.
Yes.
Sir, my question to you both, Dr. Sauji and Dr. More, will there be an administrative overhead from the point of opting multidisciplinary credits? Will it be there? Any administrative overhead will be there by opting for multidisciplinary credits by the student. Suppose one student can from technical course can take music, and he can take another course from say art or commerce faculty likewise. So would you think that it will be administrative overhead on the institute? They have to arrange different teachers and all.
I would like to answer this, sir. Academic Bank of Credit is going to take care of all these things. Whatever student is earning in terms of credit, that will be deposited only at one place. So, for administrative point of view, colleges has to focus on ABC account, because it is the ABC account where the colleges and the academic council governing body will approve which courses we have to offer to the students. So the more administrative work is required at ABC.
Yes, sir, that's what I was thinking. Okay, I guess there is no question. So I extend profoundly sincere thanks to Dr. D.N. More for enlightening us on new education policy, and I also extend a profoundly sincere thanks to all the participants for attending this webinar. And thank you, Dr. Nirmal Saoji, for your input. Thank you, one and all. And we are concluding this first session here. And we'll be meeting at 3 p.m. Since Dr. Ajay Kushwaha will be available, our next speaker will be available at 3 p.m. So we'll be meeting at 3 p.m. But meanwhile, I guess Dr. Saoji can take his session at 2:30. Dr. Saoji?
You suggest, sir.
You can take at 2:30, so the lunch gap can be reduced.
Yeah, no problem.
So you take your session at 2:30, and
Okay.
Kushwa will take at 3 p.m.
Okay. So right now it is 1:30. So 1 hour lunch break.
1 hour lunch break, or shall we reduce the lunch break?
I don't have any problem to join at 2:30.
Yes, okay. Then we'll join at 2:30. We'll resume at 2:30, and we'll break here for lunch. Have a good lunch, and please do come back at sharp 2:30. And next speaker will be Dr. Nirmal Saoji, and then afterward we'll have last session of Dr. Ajay Kushwaha at 3 p.m. He's having some important work at his university. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sanjeevani. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will take a short break and we will be meeting at 2:30 p.m. to continue the further session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, and over and out.
Thank you.
Madam, please introduce Dr. Nirmal Sahuji, sir.
Sanjeevani madam, over to you. Please once again introduce Dr. Nirmal Sahuji since the streaming was off. Now streaming is on. So please introduce Dr. Nirmal Sahuji once again for the sake of information of all the listener. Please, over to you, Sanjeevani.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Madam,
Welcome back to the second session of this webinar on NEP 2020. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's continue with the program. It's my proud privilege and honor to introduce our speaker for the subsequent session, Honorable Dr. Nirmal Sahuji, sir. Before his lecture on NEP 2020, let me introduce him in brief. He has been working as a professor of physics at Kamal Nayan Bajaj Institute of Engineering and Technology, Baramati. He had completed his PhD in physics in area of superconductivity. He has worked as Dean VPKDIET, Baramati. He was the head of SIRO. He has worked as head of the department first year engineering from year 2005 till January 2019. He is well versed with ISO 9001 to 2000 system in educational institute and familiar with preparation of ISO procedures, course plan, implementation monitoring and audit systems. He has worked as internal auditor in this system. He was college NAC coordinator. He has been working as resource person in design and implementation of OBE pattern in higher education institution. Well versed with OB framing with vision, mission, PEO, PSO, CO, PO, its mapping, attainment based on Bloom's taxonomy. He has been working as a trainer for computer programming using C language to engineering students using innovative learning methodology and memory enhancement. He has conducted several workshops for students and teachers in various schools, science and engineering colleges across Maharashtra. He has received International Physics Olympiad IFO 2015. He chaired the session in the 2014 International Conference of Information Technology, Information Engineering organized by World Congress on Engineering at Imperial College, London. He had chaired the session in an international conference on solid state ionics held at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia during 2 to 6 August 1994. He won the prize in Maha Expo, a national level industrial exhibition held at Aurangabad in January 1991 for developing working model entitled Recent Advances in High Temperature Superconductor. He has published 34 research papers. He authored a book on C computer programming language entitled C Engineering. He authored a book on physics entitled A Textbook of Applied Science, First and Second for Engineering Students. He is a member of International Association of Engineers, IAENG, Hong Kong, and a lifetime member of Indian Society for Technical Education, New Delhi. Now I would like to invite Dr. Nirmal Sahuji, sir, to address the gathering. Please, sir, you may continue with your lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your nice introduction. At the outset, let me thanks to Dr. Suryakanji Thorat, Director of Institute of Technology and Management, Nanded, all the faculties in this institution for giving me the opportunity to present my views on NEP 2020. Since at the beginning of this session for this program, we have listened to Dr. Bison sir, Pro VC of SRT Marathwada University, Nanded. And he has explored NEP 2020 in a wonderful manner. What he has said is every subject are important. Yes, it is of course. Then NEP also address the interdisciplinary issue. Then it is a skill education that earlier speaker Dr. More also told. Then academic bank of credit. All these things are the feature of NEP. And one more thing Dr. Bisen has said, and he explained it nicely in the Hindi. He said, दायित्व अध्यापकों के कंधे पर है. Yes, it is very true. मुझे भी ये लगता है कि अगर हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम में कोई बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं तो फर्स्ट थिंग इज हमारे अध्यापक उसके लिए कितने तैयार हैं. तो ये जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है NEP 2020 को आगे लेके जाने का, उसको सक्सेसफुली इम्प्लीमेंट करने का, दैट इज entirely depends upon our teachers. So friends, let me start with my presentation. I will not repeat the same thing because Dr. More, earlier speaker, has explained very nicely what are the various features of NEP 2020. But definitely some point I would like to go inside so that what actually as a teacher we can do at our end to begin with and to implement the NEP 2020 in our college. So in this way, I have planned my lecture and then I will start with my presentation. So it is said that NEP 2020 is going to bring the transformation in our education system. The new NEP clearly states that it is time to take on acceptability of many models of learning. Friends, we know that the days are gone where teacher comes in the classroom, he talks for 50 minutes, 60 minutes, use chalk and board and go. That is not the case now, and it is said to be the one-way learning which is gone obsolete now. So in the today's world, apart from classroom learning, that is what we call face-to-face learning, we have other medium also, or we can say the channel also, that is online learning, distance or virtual mode. Then MOOC, that is massive open online course learning. Then blended learning. These are all the channels from where student can learn. Student can take the input and go further. So not only it is a face-to-face learning which happens in the classroom, but the technology is introduced in this NEP 2020 in a large manner. It also promotes use of vocational courses, multidisciplinary courses. Let me here highlight the key feature of NEP 2020 for higher education institution, as earlier speaker also covered, but in short I will make it to increase the GER, gross enrollment ratio, which is right now it is 26%, but then it is intended to reach the target of 50% by year 2035. Flexible curricular system, that is academic bank of credit, this is one of the feature. Autonomous colleges and multidisciplinary university, then online education and digital education, formation of NRF, that is National Research Funding. Right now there are various agencies like DST, then SCRB, then UGC. All these are the different agencies which are funding CSIR, etc., which are funding to the research. So they will come under one umbrella, that is NRF. That is the one of the feature of this NEP 2020. To establish incubation center in partnership with industry, this is also essential part of this NEP. Then introduce vocational education, that is also there. Friend, I would like to tell you the methodology by which how we can improve the GER, that is gross enrollment ratio in higher education. At present, it is 26%, and target set is 50% by year 2035. It means to add 3.5 crore seat in higher education if we have to reach to target of 50%. So increasing the seats in the college to reach to the 50%, is it really the solution? Because at one side, colleges are increasing, but seats are remaining vacant. And why this happens? Because particularly we see in engineering education also, foremost reason is lack of quality education. That is why even though the seats are there in the colleges, but students are not taking the admission. So this is one of the very prime aspect, that lack of quality in education where we need to focus. So what is the solution to increase this GER? And then it is said by this NEP, follow massive open online courses platform, MOOC in short we call. This can play a significant role in increasing GER. And the various platforms which government has made available to pursue the MOOC courses are just here, like swayam.gov.in, Swayam Prabha, NDL, Show the Ganga, then digital initiative by Government of India. All these are the platform, or we can say portal, from where student can enroll themselves and earn the credit. They can do the courses of their choice and earn the credit. So this is the advantage of this MOOC platform. Then other advantages are no enrollment restriction. You can enroll to a particular course. There is a no restriction of number of students. Then student can earn credit through online courses. That is credit based recognition of MOOC. So this is also one of the feature. We will come to that point also, because UGC itself told that student can earn 40% of credit through online courses and 60% through classroom. So this MOOC will play the major role in the coming years as far as the NEP is concerned. So every teacher need to be then a digital teacher, and then he should be aware of all these things. Then let me tell something, few points about the ABC. Earlier speaker also covered that. ABC is nothing but the repository for digitally storing academic credit earned from different HEIs, so that these can be transferred and counted towards final degree earned. Yes, friends. So this ABC is nothing but the online digital platform where student can reposit. They can store their marks, which are, or they can store their credit, which are earned by university examination or through online courses, whatever they are doing. This NEP is a mind-blowing concept. First time it is introduced in our country. It is a potential of time, space, mode, speed, and language. Let me tell you, friends, as this is a concept of science, to pursue anything, these are the things. Suppose one has to play a particular task in, for example, in physics. Then we can say force is required. Then there is a mass, there is acceleration, there is a velocity. All these are the parameters. But here, when students have to perform the task, then he need his efforts. So force is nothing but here the efforts. And for playing that, for doing that efforts, he needs the time. Okay. So in this NEP, it is said that by his speed of learning, he can earn the credit as fast as he can. And this is a very typical example, or then characteristics of this NEP 2020. Notion of time of education is broken. Up till now, as far as the NAC is also concerned, we form the student in the classroom as a fast learner or slow learner, depending upon the test what we perform. But then here, this NEP goes beyond that. If there is a fast learner, then he can earn the degree or he can earn the credit at his own pace. He don't have to wait for some time, so that he should complete the academic year and then he can complete that curriculum. It is not like that. He can complete that particular course online and earn the credit as fast as he can do. One can fast earn 120 credit if required to complete degree. Take credit online and deposit in bank, as simple. Then there is multiple entry exit points. It is given in this NEP. 1 year certificate, and then 2 year diploma, 3 year bachelor degree, and 4 year degree with research. These are the provisions given by NEP for the students. Let me tell you, the friends, this NEP is totally student centric. Earlier we work as a teacher centric method, but now here in this NEP 2020, it is entirely outcome based education philosophy it adopts, and it is totally student centric. Student will decide whether he has to continue for 3 years or he has to leave in between by getting certificate or diploma. Now, implementation methodology of ABC, let me focus on this particular aspect today. Registered HEI with approval of their statutory authority, that is Board of Governance and Academic Council, amend ordinances relating to course registration requirement, acceptance of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary courses, credit transfer and credit acceptance from other approved HEI. Second point is encourage students to customize design their own degrees by offering selection of courses offered by one or more HEI. Friend, this is very important. Here, encourage students to customize design their own degrees by offering selection of courses. So student can have the choice to select the courses, major courses, minor courses, interdisciplinary courses. We will come to that slide also, how to select that courses based on their credit point. But these are the facilities given by the NEP to the student. They can choose, they can customize their degree by selecting the courses. Student required to earn at least 50% of credit from HEI awarding degree diploma certificate. So this is the provision. Suppose a student takes the admission to ITM Nanded. Provision is given that student can earn credit from other colleges or online mode also. So NEP says that at least 50% credit should be earned by the student from the college where he is taking the admission, and remaining 50% he can take it from the same college or from the other colleges or from the MOOC platform. Then required to earn required number of credits in the core subject area necessary for award of degree diploma certificate as specified by degree awarding HEI in which student is enrolled. Then credit earned by student will be valid for 7 years. Yes, once student complete a course where he earns some credit, then that credit will remain as a valid credit points in his academic bank of credit for 7 years. Within this 7 years, he can use that. If suppose student after 3 years, after 2 years, he will leave the college and could not do his graduation of 3 years, then he can pursue so within the span of 7 years, where he can use previously 2-year accumulated credit point. HEI should adopt curriculum and credit framework CRCF as per the UGC guideline. I will come to this point at my last slide. And then registered HEI can fix course fee based on number of credit of course for which student is enrolled. This is very important, friends. Higher education institute can fix course fee based on number of credit of course for which student is enrolled. It means that the fees of the student is not for the entire course, but then it will be depending upon the credit courses or the credit. Suppose one course is of 2 credit, another is of 4 credit, then next is of again 2 credit. So credit wise, the course fee will be there. Then I will come directly to here some point which from the NAC point of view, NAC has also suggested that institutions should address the preparedness towards the NEP. And we have to write in a description of maximum 500 modes. So these are some points which NAC has also included, and institution need to address how we are implementing NEP 2020 right now in our curriculum or in our college. So these are the points of from the NAC manual. Delineate the vision plan of institution to transform itself into a holistic multidisciplinary education. See here the point D. What is institutional plan for offering a multidisciplinary flexible curriculum that enables multiple entry and multiple exit at the end of first, second, and third year of undergraduate education, while maintaining the rigor of learning? Explain with example. So this NAC is already asking to the colleges how you have planned to implement all the provisions given in the NEP 2020 right now. Now let me tell you that while we are talking about the NEP 2020, and it is really a 68-69 page document, what they have provided, all the provisions, how we have to implement, what are the provision, multiple entry, multiple exit, all these things are given in the document. Now the question is how we are going to implement all these recommendations in our institution. Is it really the thing that the institution has to wait till government or the university concern ask you that now, okay, come on, they implement NEP 2020 from this June 23 onward, or what is that exactly? What we have to do as a teacher, as a head of the institution? So let me tell you here 2 case studies. Already we have tested, we have implemented in our colleges, and we have got the result. That is what it is expected by NEP 2020. So I would like to present these good practices in multidisciplinary education. So this is what I am showing, because NEPA has asked us to introduce the different types of courses like ability enhancement, skill enhancement, value addition, and all these things are provision given in the NEP. Okay. In the NAC also, there is a question that how cross-cutting issues we are integrating with our curriculum. So let me tell you, friend, this is what I am showing in this particular slide. Energy Swaraj Foundation, they have announced the energy literacy program, and through this program they want to make the every person, every teacher, every student, and every citizen to be aware of this energy literacy. And it is really a matter of concern for climate change, and that is what Professor Chetan Singh Solanki is addressing, that climate change has already occurred. Climate is not changing, it has changed. And every day we observe in some part of the world, not only in the world, around us also, there are untimely rain or whatever it happens, it is just because of climate change. So to save this climate, what one should do, that is what it is aware through this certification program. So this is in 2020 at Indapur, our college, Vidya Pratishthan's Commerce Science College, Indapur. We have conducted this session where students and faculties have enrolled and they have earned the certificate of this energy literacy. So this is also there, such courses we can give. And nowadays, I means right now, I know that Dr. Thorat sir also implemented at ITM this particular energy literacy training program. And I know that Dr. Thorat sir also completed this course. And let me tell you, friends, that this course, those who will successfully complete, they would be awarded 1 or 2 credit point. So student will get benefit in their academic bank of credit in coming days. So the same thing, this energy literacy program at VPKB IIT, Vidya Pratishthan's Kamal Nayan Bajaj Institute of Engineering and Technology, Baramati. Here in last 3 months, more than 1,000 certification of energy literacy we have completed. And based on this, Energy Swaraj Foundation has awarded us free climate correction clock. So this is what that is a recognition we have received from IIT Bombay Energy Swaraj Foundation, and it is a free training program organized by this foundation. Anybody can do it just by registering, and it is online. Then another point is NEP says that focus on research, innovation, startup, all this thing. So the thing was in the past that research was restricted up to the publication of the papers only. इट सेड लाइक दिस, एक ऐसा बोला जाता है कि एक नॉट यानी ये 2-3 साल या 5 साल पहले तक ऐसा बोला जाता था कि रिसर्च ये लाइब्रेरी से स्टार्ट होता है और ये लाइब्रेरी में ही एंड होता है. दिस इज़ अ वेरी फनी स्टेटमेंट. लेकिन जब कोई रिसर्च करना चाहता है तो ही सर्च फ्रॉम रेफरेंसेस एट द बिगिनिंग, and then he goes through his research 4 year, 5 year, and he submit his thesis, and that thesis again goes to the library. But now it is really a time, and NEP emphasized that this research should be of use to the common man in the society. So this research should not be restricted to the lab only, or it should not be restricted to the publication only, but then it should go to the common man. And for that, government encouraged to make the patent, start the incubation of the idea, make the startup, and then it will help the society to grow. So this is what it is the idea, and NEP also promote this type of research and innovation culture to be cultivated in every college. Then these are some newspapers, news in the paper. Student can now get 40% of university credit from e-courses. Student can earn the credit point from Swayam. This is also the Government of India Gazette. They have published and said that Swayam based online credit transfer is now possible, and student can pursue the courses through this Swayam platform. This is something very important that UGC has announced, and they have said it is a mandate. It is a 28 May 2021. It is this circular by UGC. It clearly indicates 40% course student can pursue online via Swayam and other authorized, recognized MOOC platform, and 60% through offline mode. This is what UGC has given the mandate: 40% online, 60% offline. So things are very much changed, and use of technology is very much essential in the coming days while learning. So let me tell you another case studies, how we implement NEP 2020 and what result we have got it. Already we have implemented at our Commerce Science College Indapur uh, in 2020 March, when this pandemic begins, COVID begins. Then at that time, this Coursera, it is a world renowned platform, online learning platform. They have announced a very unique scheme where they have given licenses to the colleges for a free of cost, where student can pursue various types of courses by using these licenses. So at Indapur, our 1944 enrollment of students to the different courses we have done. Learning our student spent 2,785 for different courses. And what I would like to tell is, uh, at the beginning, when it was pandemic begin in the March 2020, there was not so much response from the student side, because students at Indapur, they are living in very deep interior rural areas where there is a problem of getting the electricity. Student may not have smartphone, may not have internet connection. So despite all this problem, in last 2 years, students have earned 880, and now, because this is a 2 or 3 month back figure, 880, but today 1200 students have obtained the certificates on this Coursera platform from various renowned universities across the world. And based on this, our total 58 students placed in good companies between 2020 till 2023. So this is something, friends. This is the outcome what we have got. Just we have made it is like this. We have mentored the students. We have given the direction to the students. As a teacher, we have given direction to the student and asked them to do particular course. Our teacher's role is to do the mentoring, find out what is good and what is not good for the students. Internet is so vast that as a teacher we can tell to the student what is good for him and what courses he can pursue. We have did the same thing. We have asked the student to do, these are the courses available for you, do at your pace. They have done it and they have got the placement also. The same thing at VPKBIIT Baramati. In last 3 years, more than 4,000 certifications students have done through this Coursera and EDX platform. And in last 3 years, more than 1,415 placement in reputed companies are there in this VPKBIT Baramati. So this is something that what NEP says, adopt the technology, adopt the MOOC platform. We have adopted it from 2020 and we have seen the result. So the proposed activities in this NEP is to follow OBE pattern in every institution. It is a UGC mandate. Start incubation center in collaboration with industry. Then every teacher should be a digital teacher. He should know all the aspects of teaching in an online mode. Training to the teacher is required for that. E-content development studio is a requirement of the college now, because as we do, as students pursue the courses on Swayam or Coursera, in the same way we can start our own courses. We can design, teacher can design our own courses in the same manner as the teacher of IITs or any other world-renowned institution deliver on this MOOC platform. So colleges also can start such type of courses prepared by their teacher and deliver to the students. Then to cultivate MOOC credit transfer culture among the students through Swayam EDX Coursera, that is taken record in the academic bank of credit. To adopt blended learning in teaching learning process culture, this is also suggested by this NEP. Then create multidisciplinary education system. That is what it is a need of this hour. Then what is the road ahead for the institution is go towards autonomy, go towards university, because NEP says that no affiliated colleges will be there in coming 10 years. Either you have to become autonomous, you go to university, or if you can't do this, then you will merge in any of the nearby colleges or university where all these things are there. So what this is the provision made by NEP. Then these are something that it is happening at the university level also. Let me tell you, this is Savitribai Phule Pune University. What they did is विद्यापीठातील 6 विभागांचे विलिनीकरण. Friends, as we see that there is a department of instrumentation, there is a department of electronics, and there is a department of modeling and simulation. So all these allied departments, they have merged into a single as a school. त्यामुळे त्यांनी सांगितलेलं आहे प्रशाला प्रणालीसाठी विद्यापीठाकडून बदल. तर हे बदल ऑलरेडीच विद्यापीठ लेवलला नवीन शैक्षणिक धोरणामध्ये सांगितल्याप्रमाणे हे चालू झालेले आहेत. ही पेपरमधले काही न्यूज. स्टुडंट्स कॅन नाव गेट 40% ऑफ युनिव्हर्सिटी क्रेडिट फ्रॉम ई कोर्सेस. हे जे आपण प्रोव्हिजन दिलेलं आहे आणि जे आपण आता बोललो त्याप्रमाणेच हे वर्तमानपत्रामध्ये आलेल्या या न्यूज आहेत. ही स्लाइड मला सगळ्यात महत्त्वाची वाटते की नेमकं NEP 2020 इम्प्लिमेंट करायचं आहे म्हणजे आम्हाला काय करावं लागेल. त्यासाठी मित्रांनो ही स्लाइड फार महत्त्वाची आहे. तुम्ही याचा फोटो देखील काढू शकता. हे गव्हर्नमेंटचं डॉक्युमेंट, पब्लिश डॉक्युमेंट आहे. या स्ट्रक्चरला म्हणतात, जसं सकाळी डॉक्टर मोरे सरांनी सांगितलं की रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग ऑफ करिक्युलम. तर ही त्याची एक फ्रेम आहे. मिनिमम क्रेडिट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर अवॉर्ड ऑफ डिग्री करिक्युलम अँड क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क CRCF. तर 3 वर्षाचा डिग्री प्रोग्राम आणि 4 वर्षाचे डिग्री प्रोग्राम असं NEPने सजेस्ट केलेलं आहे. 3 वर्षाचे डिग्री प्रोग्राम हे रुटीनमध्ये विद्यार्थ्यांनी ॲडमिशन घेतल्यानंतर त्याला करता येतात. 4 वर्षाचा डिग्री प्रोग्राम ज्याला रिसर्चमध्ये जायचं आहे, ज्याला पुढे PhD करायचं आहे, अशाच विद्यार्थ्यांनी 4 वर्षाच्या डिग्री कोर्ससाठी जायचं आहे. 4 वर्षाचा डिग्री कोर्स ज्या महाविद्यालयामध्ये पोस्ट ग्रॅज्युएशन आहे अशाच महाविद्यालयाला रन करता येईल. अदरवाईज 3 वर्षाचा डिग्री कोर्स हा त्यांच्यासाठी अवेलेबल आहे. तर मित्रांनो इथं सांगायचं काय, हे जे वर्टिकल आहे तर 3 वर्षाच्या डिग्री कोर्समध्ये त्याला या 3 वर्षामध्ये टोटल 120 क्रेडिट पॉईंट अर्न करायचे आहेत. आणि तो ह्या 3 वर्षामध्ये मग जर याला इक्वल डिस्ट्रीब्युशन केलं तर 40-40-40 असे 3×12 120 क्रेडिट पॉईंट या 3 वर्षामध्ये त्याला मिळू शकतात. तर हे आपल्यासाठी आता फार महत्त्वाचं आहे की हे 120 मध्ये त्याला क्रेडिट पॉईंट कसे डिवाइड केलेले आहेत. प्रत्येक विद्यार्थ्याला या पूर्ण 3 वर्षाच्या कालावधीमध्ये एक मेजर कोर्स ज्याचं 50% ऑफ टोटल क्रेडिट म्हणजे 60 मार्क हे त्या मेजर कोर्सला असतील. म्हणजे फॉर एक्झाम्पल त्याने फिजिक्स या विषयाला ॲडमिशन घेतला, त्याला फिजिक्समध्येच पुढे डिग्री घ्यायची आहे, तर त्याचा मेजर कोर्स राहील फिजिक्स. त्याच्यामध्ये त्याला वेगवेगळ्या कोर्सेसद्वारे 3 वर्षात 60 क्रेडिट पॉईंट त्याला मिळवायचे आहेत. काही कोर्सेस 2 पॉईंटचे असतील, काही 4चे असतील. असे प्रत्येक सेमिस्टरमध्ये 2 असे 6 सेमिस्टरमध्ये त्याला 60 क्रेडिट पॉईंट हे मिळवायचे आहेत ॲज अ मेजर कोर्सेस. आणि उरलेले 50% जे आहेत मित्रांनो, तर हे उरलेले 50% त्याला वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीने तो अर्न करू शकतो. ही फ्लेक्झिबिलिटी ह्या NEPने विद्यार्थ्यांना प्रथमच अशी एक क्रांतिकारी ज्याला म्हणू अशी योजना ही आणलेली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये मायनर कोर्स हा 24 क्रेडिट पॉईंटचा राहील. 3 वर्षामध्ये त्याने मिळवायचे. मायनर कोर्स समजा त्याचा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स हा दुसरा आवडीचा विषय असेल, पहिला मेजर फिजिक्स आहे त्याच्यामध्ये 60 क्रेडिट आहेत. मायनरमध्ये समजा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स असेल तर तो 24 त्याच्यात 3 वर्षात मिळू शकेल. त्यानंतर जे आहेत मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी म्हणजे फिजिक्स आणि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स सोडून इतर विषय त्याला अभ्यासता येतील. दॅट इज मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी. त्याच्यामध्ये 9 क्रेडिट पॉईंट आहेत 3 वर्षामध्ये. मग ॲबिलिटी एन्हान्समेंट कोर्सेस AEC याला म्हणतात, त्याच्यामध्ये 8 क्रेडिट पॉईंट घेऊ शकतो. स्किल एन्हान्समेंट कोर्सेस आहे त्याच्यामध्ये 9 घेऊ शकतो. ॲबिलिटीमध्ये त्याला लँग्वेजेस वेगवेगळे शिकता येतात. स्किल एन्हान्समेंटमध्ये देखील त्याला सपोज की एखादा विद्यार्थी कॉमर्सचा आहे आणि त्याला जर वाटतंय की आपण कॉमर्समध्ये शिकताना टॅली देखील शिकावं, तर त्या टॅली हे स्किल म्हणून तो स्किल एन्हान्स करू शकतो. तर त्या टॅलीला किंवा जे आपण सांगतोय त्या विद्यार्थ्याला त्याचे क्रेडिट पॉईंट या स्किल एन्हान्समेंटमध्ये त्याला 9 पर्यंत ते मिळू शकतात. त्यानंतर व्हॅल्यू ॲडेड कोर्सेस त्याला राहतील, त्यालाही 6 ते 8 क्रेडिट पॉईंट दिलेले आहेत. त्यानंतर प्रत्येक विद्यार्थ्याने समर इंटर्नशिप करणं क्रमप्राप्त आहे, त्याला 2 ते 4 क्रेडिट पॉईंट दिलेले आहेत. त्यानंतर रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट. आता मित्रांनो बघा की हा 3 वर्षाच्या डिग्री प्रोग्राममध्ये त्याला रिसर्च हा नाहीच आहे, त्यामुळे इथं त्याचं क्रेडिट टोटल होतात 120. पण जर त्याला रिसर्चसाठी जायचं असेल तर आपण जसं मगाशीच बोललो 4 वर्षाच्या प्रोग्राममध्ये तो जाऊ शकतो, जिथं त्याला रिसर्चसाठी 12 क्रेडिट पॉईंट दिलेले आहेत. आणि जर 4 वर्षाच्या डिग्रीमध्ये त्याला 160 क्रेडिट अर्न करायचे आहेत. 3 वर्षामध्ये 120. सकाळी डॉक्टर बिसेन सरांनी पण सांगितलं, की जर परदेशात विद्यार्थ्याला शिकायला जायचं आहे आणि तो जर 3 वर्षाची डिग्री करून जात असेल, तर त्याला तिथं ॲडमिशन मिळत नाही. कारण परदेशामध्ये 120 क्रेडिट पॉइंट हे चालत नाहीत. हे 140 किंवा 150 पेक्षा जास्तच लागतात. त्यामुळे हे 4 वर्षाचं क्रेडिट डिग्री कोर्स जर विद्यार्थ्याने घेतला, तर तो निश्चितच परदेशामध्ये त्याच्या ग्रॅज्युएशन नंतर 4 वर्षाचा तो जाऊ शकतो. त्याला ॲडमिशन मिळू शकतं. तर इथं 3 वर्षामध्ये 120 क्रेडिट अर्न करायचे आणि 4 वर्षामध्ये 160. मित्रांनो, आपल्यासाठी महत्त्वाचं हे आहे, की जे आपलं ट्रॅडिशनल एज्युकेशन होतं आत्तापर्यंत, ते फक्त मेजर विषय कुठले आहेत, त्या विषयाभोवतीच फिरत राहायचं. पण आता या मेजरसोबत मायनर पण आलेलं आहे. मेजर आणि मायनर सोडून त्याला इतर विषयांचं देखील ज्ञान घेता येणार आहे. एखाद्याला विद्यार्थ्याला वाटतं, की मी फिजिक्स आणि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स बरोबरच, की मला अकाउंटन्सीचं नॉलेज पाहिजे, मला बॉटनीचं नॉलेज पाहिजे, मला इतर विषयाचं नॉलेज पाहिजे, मला इकॉनॉमिक्सचं नॉलेज पाहिजे. तर तो या मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कोर्सेसमधनं ते घेऊ शकतो. मित्रांनो, इथं महत्त्वाचा हा पॉइंट आहे, की कॉलेज साइडला आपण विचार करताना आता हे जे विद्यार्थी क्रेडिट घेणार आहेत, तर इट इज जस्ट लाइक अ सिस्टम. जसं आपण एखाद्या हॉटेलमध्ये जातो आणि तिथं मेनू कार्ड असतो आणि मेनू कार्डमधनं आपण ठराविक मेनू आपल्याला जो आवडतो तो मागवतो. तसं त्या विद्यार्थ्याला आपला एक मेनू दाखवावा लागणार आहे ॲडमिशनला आल्यानंतर, की आमच्या कॉलेजमध्ये हे मेजर विषय आहेत, हे मायनर विषय आहेत, मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरीसाठी हे असणार आहेत, एबिलिटी, स्किल एनहान्समेंटचे हे असणार आहेत. ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी बघून तो आपल्या महाविद्यालयात ॲडमिशन घेईल. जर आपल्या महाविद्यालयामध्ये एखादा विषय जो विद्यार्थ्याला आवडतो, तो नसेल, फॉर एक्झाम्पल टॅली, हे जर ट्रेनिंग आपल्या महाविद्यालयात नसेल, तर तो इतर महाविद्यालयामध्ये जाईल, जिथं हे अवेलेबल आहे आणि तिथून तो ते क्रेडिट, तो कोर्स पूर्ण करेल आणि त्याचे ते क्रेडिट त्या अकॅडमिक बँक ऑफ क्रेडिटमध्ये जमा होतील. म्हणजे विद्यार्थी हा फक्त आपल्या महाविद्यालयातच नाही, तर इतर महाविद्यालयामध्येही काही क्रेडिट मिळवण्यासाठी प्रवेश घेऊ शकतो. हे या NEPचं वैशिष्ट्य आहे. तर ह्याच गोष्टी या सगळ्यात मेन आहेत, की आपल्याला काम कशावर करायचं, टीचर म्हणून काम कशावर करायचंय. तर आपल्या महाविद्यालयामध्ये आपल्याला कुठले मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कोर्सेस ठेवता येतील, कुठले एबिलिटी एन्हान्समेंटचे कोर्सेस ठेवता येतील, स्किलचे कुठले कोर्सेस ठेवता येतील, याच्यावर येत्या 2 ते 3 महिन्यामध्ये काम होणं खूप गरजेचं आहे. आपला मेनू हॉटेल टाकण्यापूर्वी हा आपल्याला ठरवावा लागतो. तसंच आपण कुठले कोर्सेस ऑफर करतो आहे, हे देखील आपल्याला या NEPच्या माध्यमामुळे, NEPमुळे हे ठरवावं लागणार आहे. आणि मग त्याचा सिलेबस आणि या सगळ्या गोष्टी या टीचरच्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीवर येऊन पडतात. तर हे मी आता एक शेवटचं दाखवतोय फॉर कॉलेजेस अँड टीचर्स. हे माझा एक प्रश्न आहे, हाऊ वी आर वर्किंग? आर वी प्रिपेअरिंग फॉर NEP इम्प्लिमेंटेशन? If yes, then how we are preparing? I am asking this question to all. As an organization or as an individual, how we are working? Are we waiting for government GR or university circular to implement the NEP, or we are starting at our own? These are, friend, I think we should ask this question to ourselves and start working to the implementation of this NEP 2020. So to implement NEP, what it needs for college right now, to understand your current strength. If we have to decide our menu of courses, then we should know our strength. What are our strengths? What are the capabilities of our faculty? What are the strength of nearby colleges which you can utilize to your institution? Then up to 40% credit from online courses. This is the provision. Student can earn from online despite what our college is offering. Student can earn 40% credit from online courses. Then teachers training is very much required for all this thing NEP 2020. Before we go to the classroom, then teacher must know what is NEP 2020. Then come up with a course structure. That is very important. So I think these are the very important things, and I thanks to Dr. Surekanji Thorat, all his team, to for organizing such a nice workshop and giving me the chance to share my views before all the teachers, so that we can understand in a better way how to implement this NEP 2020. So thank you very much. And if there is any questions, then session is open for that. Thank you, sir.
House is open for question. You can type your question at chat box of YouTube and you can ask. Any question?
So let me read here some questions.
Yeah.
What are the qualifications needed for a higher education teacher under new NEP 2020? So at present, whatever it is a qualification that for science teacher, it is a post-graduation with NET or SET, or then having PLD. The same thing is there. NEP doesn't change the qualification of the teacher in nutshell. Qualification is as it is. Dr. Tamaskar sir asked that question. Qualification doesn't alter, it is the same.
Okay.
Any question? Okay, Dr. Nirmal, thanks a lot for your excellent session. It was very effective, and you cover almost all points in nutshell. And basically, it was teacher centric as well as student centric, and even it was college centric. That in the coming June and July, we are about to start the admission, so we should be well prepared regarding the courses to be offered by us, other than the main credits. So it is nice to hear from you. And I think there are a couple of questions being asked by Dr. Anaga Joshi Ranegapur. If you could answer it immediately, Dr. Nirmal.
Yes, sir.
There are a couple of questions, I guess. Can you see it? Question okay. Okay, then thanks a lot. It was very effective session by you. And it was more student centric as well as teacher centric and college centric. I appreciate your concern for us. You're always been there whenever I need your help, and I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you, Dr. Nirmal. Thank you, one and all. I hope Dr. Ajay Kushwaha is ready for lecture. Dr. Ajay, are you there?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes. Thank you, Nirmal, and it's really nice to hear from you. It was a nice lecture. It's
one more question I am looking now.
Yes. Go ahead.
Rajesh Sadavarte sir, is any faculty development program or workshop for detailed implementation of NEP? Yes, there are many programs nowadays going through online mode, like a webinar, and you can attend. Even university also takes the lead to organize such type of program for this NEP. We can share, if I know, I will definitely share with Dr. Thorat sir also.
Okay, Dr. Nirmal, it was a pleasure to have you.
Then Dr. SB Kishore sir has asked how to implement SSC and FSC. I think this is a question. Hello, Dr. Kishore sir, can you elaborate your question with this SSC and FSC?
Kishore sir, इकडे हेच असतं ना? लिंक पाठवून.
Because these are the terminologies. Recently, government has introduced all these nomenclature.
Yes, these are policy terminology.
Yeah. Can you elaborate that? I don't have that paper right now here for SSC as well as what you are saying right now. I have taken the snapshot of your question, sir, and I will reply to that. I have taken the note of this question. I will reply to that later on.
Okay, meanwhile, we can continue with the next session. Dr. Ajay Kushwaha is with us. Once again, thank you, Dr. Nirmal Saji, for your efforts. We really appreciate personally as well as on behalf of ITM. I extend my profoundly sincere thanks to you for sparing your valuable time. And let us meet soon in person so that I can get something from you regarding NAC and this NEP. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So over to you, Sanjeevani.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. It was quite an edifying session with you. It is an honor to welcome and introduce our next esteemed guest speaker, Honorable Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, sir. Let me introduce in brief. Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, sir, has been working as an associate professor and research guide in School of CS and IT, Jain, deemed to be University, Bengaluru, since November 2020. He is also associated with I Nurture Education Solutions Private Limited as an educational consultant for curriculum and pedagogy development. He has more than 13 years of rich academic and research experience from state and private universities like RTM, Gondwana, and LPU. His area of research includes networking, software engineering, cybersecurity, and forensics. He published 3 patents and 1 patent is communicated for final grant. He is lifetime member of Indian Science Congress, IAENG, Hong Kong. Also holds membership of IAENG for Society of AI, Computer Science, Data Mining, and Software Engineering. He works as an editor, guest editor, and reviewer for more than 12 Scopus UGC listed or peer reviewed international journals. He published more than 32 national and international research papers. He co-authored 7 books and news magazine articles at national and international publication repute. He conducted more than 30 refresher courses, FDPs, seminars, webinars, workshops, technical sessions with reputed colleges and universities, UGC, HRDC across country on e-content development, pedagogy, innovative engaging content creation and assessment techniques, also on cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and other related domains. Moreover, he completed several MOOC courses from reputed platforms like LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, Allison, Udemy, Basis Technology, and he is contributing to open learning by creating contents for YouTube social media. So I would like to invite uh, Dr. Ajay Kushwaha, sir. Please, you can begin with your session, sir. Over to you, sir. Sir.
Good afternoon, Ajay. You can proceed. Sanjeevani, you please mute your video.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Clearly visible.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible. बंद है. Ajay sir, sorry to interrupt. Ajay sir, your voice is not clear, sir. It is very low. Yes.
Audio quality, Ajay
हाँ.
sir, audio
Please
quality
check
is
your audio connection.
yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
made in 1986 to 1992 in that period. And now in NEP, if you find a vocational add-on courses, that is again a very important part which we are going to discuss with one of the example, because I hope everyone is a teacher here and they really want to understand how to implement on paper when it comes to structuring of the syllabus. That is also important, so we'll try to focus some of the point or some of the time on that also. So how actually it is streamlined. Streamlined means putting it into the paper and making more emphasis on understanding why vocational studies are important. That is it. Yeah. Technical was always there, and as we know, now we are talking about the comprehensive reforms in technology and teaching, pedagogy and methodology, because NEP suggests that use of technology is mandatory or it has become very, very important, critical when you are actually planning for implementation. Whatever you are talking about, when we talk about how you are actually performing as a teacher, we have a lot of excuses or things to tell us. But when it comes to actual implementation, then when people talk about flipped learning, people talk about blended approaches, people talk about some other different pedagogy development, are we really implementing? Whether it is reflecting in our syllabus, whether it is reflecting in our teaching, how to measure them, what are the different things, how the students are going to get benefited, how the faculties can improve. These are all the things which is now actually reforms has been made, and this is what the drastic change which we have to adopt. I know everyone is doing in their own ways and things, but I feel that now this is the way where we have to make it more what we call involved and indulge in doing that. It is not only just talking about how the way we are talking or how the way we are taking our classes. We may always talk, okay, let's take it student centric, let's talk about teacher centric or any other centric. But the thing is that unless we make the people involved and indulge, the more very important word I would like to introduce is collaborative. In that case, only the things will work in an effective manner. Okay, so this is one. Education for adult was actually priority over there. But again, now if somebody asks me, okay, what you have done after graduation, I was not able to do the graduation. After graduation, I was not able to continue because of my job and all. But now NEP provide just if you remember, sir is told that it has a credit validity of 7 years. It means that even if you have a break for a particular time, you can simply go and join anywhere across the country wherever the NEP is implemented, and you can pursue and do the course. That is what something flexibility and the freedom was given over there. The girls' education.
Ajay sir, sorry to interrupt once again.
Yeah.
Ajay sir, this is Tamsekar. Sorry to interrupt. Sir, voice quality is again breaking, sir. Voice is not properly.
I don't know what is happening. Okay, now it is fine, sir.
Actually, sir, there is lot of noise going in the background.
Just a minute. Let me just.
The noises, I don't know exactly what kind of noises it is, but there is a noise in background.
Sir, if possible, don't use the headphone.
Sir, magnetic interference could have been there, so avoid
1 minute, sir. 1
headphone.
minute. I think it will now sorting
Yes,
because
yes.
there was fan was running. Now it is clear, sir.
Yeah, it is clear now, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Problem
Thank you
solved.
for informing. Actually,
Okay.
there was a fan which was creating a lot of noise in the background. Okay, so when I was actually talking and doing the comparison of all the policies, it was very, very important to understand being a teacher. Okay, being a teacher, and most importantly, let me just turn on my camera. Being a teacher and being a student, what are the things you are actually expecting and going to get it? I was actually talking about the universal access of the education, structure system division, multilingual support, talking about how basically the technical education can be not be restricted to local or something. It has to be taken internationally. When I talk about internationalization and flexibility, I mean to say introduction of MOOC courses, collaboration, and doing something which you like as a part of your credit system, which we have already just understood a few minutes back, that if there is 100 marks, almost you know that 60 only have to go for the offline, 40% everything you can earn as in your own pace and you can complete. So the concept of slow learning, fast learning, it is not only just to make upliftment of the slow learners, but being an institution, now you will provide a pace for the fast learner to ensure that they're achieving the maximum height on it. So a lot of things include, like if suppose somebody talks about girls education, it was already told, we have seen a lot of banners earlier, beti badhao, beti bachao, beti padhao, a lot of yojanas were there. But now we talk about inclusiveness. Gender sensitivity has taken a very serious, and equality has been given for education for everyone. Now we also talks about earlier, if you see the inclusiveness in the education, there was a time when the need was there. Okay, certain people has to be given more focus so that they can come and they can take an education. Now the NEP suggests that let's take all the social groups together and try for the holistic approach so that quality comes and people may get more what we call competitiveness in their education. Okay, these are all some interesting things. If you want, we can provide that part. Let's talk about the vision. I have already told you, whenever NEP was planned, NEP's intention, the vision was talking about inclusiveness, inclusiveness towards how the achievement of quality education can be given with an affordability, with the flexibility. We talk about equality. It means that it should be ensured that there is no discrimination on any aspect like gender or any caste or any other thing. That has to be taken care, and high quality education system need to be built, which is not only flexible, but every parameter is properly what we call monitored, and it has to be taken. So that's what the reason we talk about credit based system. We were actually in the force, we were talking about outcome based education, credit system, but when it comes to implementation, how holistic implementation can be done, for that the entire structure and the NEP suggests for that. So the overall, when you see the intention to bring this policy is not to provide multiple options for only for the student to go and opt for any course, but they may choose, even if they are doing something which they are doing not by the passion, but they can actually choose by any of the electives courses. But apart from that, they were actually trying to promote creativity. For example, one student who joined a course in engineering, but he is very good, he understood and realized in year first year that he is very good in drawing, so they can opt for any art course. Somebody feels that okay, I'm very good in what we called in commerce, some finance, so he can go and opt for finance. That is what something, when I talk about the holistic overall development, it is not only talking that okay, doing only in an engineering and other part. Critical thinking is also very, very important. Critical thinking only comes when you develop an interest on a particular part, and when you are actually doing the things from your own what we call interest. So that is one of the part. So if we are actually focusing on that, we will actually ensure the global competitiveness when NEP is completely implemented. We are still doing, people are still doing, but yes, we are giving the chance, and it is starting from the basic, that is from the ground. Okay, so these are all the key aspects. Most of the things has been covered. I will just take one of the two important point and they can move on. Number one, use of technology. Uh, things NEP also says that it's very important, and it's an again an inclusive part of NEP feature that you must have use a technology in education for almost everything. So an example is given for a Divang student how and technology can remove the barrier, not only for basically for languages but also for all his process when he's take the admission, and there are other technological use should be there for almost for every institution so that they can actually come up with some unique things. So we have to make unique what we call USP so that our students are attracting to us. Review is one of the things which has to be done every time, and that is what the reason when you remember sir was telling that the affiliation part we were saying it was drastically it was planned to remove in the next couple of 10 to 15 years. 15 years was the time which was given, and they were saying that we will want to go for autonomy and or in even in the status of universities what we call. These are the different features. I will just highlight. See, this was actually I was talking about the autonomy. NEP actually talks when it comes to higher education. It talks for autonomy. It doesn't promote. They don't want to promote for more for what we say our affiliation. So affiliations should be planned way. It should move towards the autonomy that was planned. Regulatory is different bodies has been set up for regulation, for accreditation, for funding. We know National Research Foundation is there, which is actually promotedly started for ensuring the research is carried out. And if you remember for the fourth year, that is, so people talks about the discipline specific course or a degree, or someone talks about the we also say as honors program or a research project or research degree. In that way, it is something that he must also go and get some funding part. So now some people, now there are a lot of terminologies which are coming into picture. People talk about interdisciplinary, people talk about multidisciplinary approach. So now NEP also encourages the existing colleges and the university to encourage the student to go for multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary, it is something where science student, commerce student, and other different disciplines comes together. Because if you and me, when we talk about any project could not be any single domain. We all know that, and that's what the crux has been taken, that how things have been done. We all know that Higher Education Commission of India is set up. Sir has already talked a lot. So this is the single body which is established to ensure the overall what we call structure has to be taken care. The programs introduced was 4 year, but there is lot of what we called things has been mentioned. Now one point I would like to mention here with all my colleagues. I hope my voice is clear because I'm not able to see any screen because I'm on my dashboard. So if anything goes wrong, please do let me know. uh, Earlier also, imagine if suppose one student has completed his course and he's coming from one institution to another with some valid reason, we were actually also giving admission to them based on the clearances and some subjects and all, whether it is clear and all. So chance to give admission in a phase is not only what we called an important characteristics of NEP. I feel a personal opinion. I don't want to object anyone, but the thing is that now what extra, what is the thing that is actually attracting the people, or it should attract even institutions also, because when we develop ourselves, when we build up entire things and all, we also expect the things in our way as far as the college or the institution is concerned for it. So what happened at every level, when you see for graduation program, if suppose you consider for 4 years, because it all depends how the program you're running, what are the things you're providing, and if any student goes for it, then for every year there is certain criterias are there. When I will show you the Excel file, at that time I will explain you how every year is something where he don't feel regret even if he want to leave for any specific reason from particular institution or an organization. So for first year at least he may get diploma, but there are certain conditions are there. Then we talk sorry, certificate first year, second we talk about diploma, third we talk about degree that we all know, and fourth we talk about the honors degree or a research degree based on the discipline specific courses and the research courses which he has opted in the final year. Okay, this is what something, because when he does and he knows that okay he want to go in for the higher education where he want to pursue for masters and then a doctorate program. Okay, so as we know, there is a multiple exit option is available, multiple entry. We use this terminology, but we have to use it very what we called responsibly the terms, because multiple exit for any organization or multiple entry is not something which is very easy. For that, we have to start from very strong foundation so that anything has to be there. There should be scalability to adjust and do the changes on it. Internationalization now NEP suggest and even it promote global collaborations and partnership. We all know because of NEP, we all know that now international organizations means international universities colleges started set up. Recently we have a news in Bangalore, one of the very I'm not able to recall the name, but a very famous in London college was set up and he started his operation here. So the school competition started, university competition will start. It means that now the market is now open. Market in the sense the education sector is open for everyone. Globalization in true sense will going to implement and people will come and they will offer the variety of the programs. So need of an hour. We are not here to get nervous and all, but we are here to get prepared ourselves, because if suppose our institution is planning to implement in June, then it's very rigorous and very important to sit for some time, do the brainstorming and think what are the bucket of the courses, what are the bucket of the electives, add-on vocational courses we are going to offer to our students, because it is something like that we are presenting an entire what we call buffet menu and they are going to opt for it. And of course people will realize or not, 100% is going to be 100% student centric only, but the thing is that it all depends upon the way we are going to be more presentable to the society and the student of part. When it comes to faculty, various faculty development and career progression plans were planned, and for that separate bodies are there, fundings are also there so that they can take care of it. We all know that MHRDC is now is Ministry of Education and they are planning in a very greater way with the entire what we call planned manner so that everyone will get benefit of it, provided we should be available for that. Online education was promoted very effectively and very importantly in NEP. Why I'm telling you like that, because if somebody says that okay out of 40 marks you can do your online MOOC courses or proctored exam, which is actually suggested and listed and actually granted by a particular our UGC and other part, then we must also ensure that how it is possible. And this is what something a promotion of online education. Now there is an opportunity for us also. We all might be very good in certain fields, so it is a chance where we can have our own developed courses. If you are developing in a particular quadrant, a 4 quadrant at least, I'm very sure if the quality is good, we can go and get an approval from SWAM. We could be their part, and that course can be also part of it. So this is a chance where we can truly emerge with our own content. We must shoot it, or we must already have. We must actually approach to it, and they can be included. So in this way also we can promote ourselves and we can promote our organization. I feel being an organization, we must promote online what we called, if I talk about online education, we must also offer certain things, because digital university setup concept was also highly appreciated. Because our target is, we all know about the GER. We are targeting okay 50% till 2025 2030, but if you see overall we are planning at least to have 50% 100% of enrollment at least for higher educations by 2050. That was the target which was set up. Okay, and people come up with different opinion matters when it comes to NEP, because NEP implementation is actually something which is subject to vary from one state to another. We all know whatever we are going to do, tell you something about the NEP, which is basically from Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir, Pro Chancellor of Mumbai University. So the person who has drafted and has approved. So we are going to collect certain point and we will try to present on that, which is very much applicable in our context to Maharashtra also, that we can take care of it. Okay, so holistic education I've already talked, very important. Online education I've told you. Then ODL again, it's a component that could be a part of your syllabus or a course design where open and distance learning promotion should be there. Now it is not something that okay, something you do and do, but you have to make sure that a quality is there in any of the open and distance learning. We have seen earlier, so education systems were there. We know about YCMU, we know about Open Education University, Indira Gandhi Open University. Again, we may be coming up with that. So I would like to say that in our university, we have the open education degree programs, post-graduation degree programs are there, but they all are in a such a way that they are approved and assessment and everything is very proctored and all things are maintained. Okay, credit bank facility. This is wonderful. Sir has already told many things about it. 7 years of limit we are talking. It is limit in the sense a validity means that, for example, you have a gap of minimum of 7 years, then that same credit can be used and you can complete or pursue for the higher education in that part. Okay, this is very interesting and this is something which is a very unique where whatever I have earned, it should not going to waste anything. So whatever courses I've completed in my own pace, that will be counting and it will be actually considered for my overall degree, diploma, certificate, or master's or doctorate program. Okay, NTA, that is a common entrant test, was suggested. Bodies were set up to conduct universities trying to collaborate and conduct the common entrant test also. Things are there, they all are actually planning and they will do that. Next, yeah, let's again I will highlight because something if I say okay, NEP for higher education, because we are now talking about higher education where we talk about the level 4, 4.5 above. Till level 4 we all know that that is a basic education, that is a fundamental, which level 1 to level 4 was there covered. We talk more on that. So when it comes to towards holistic education, that is this point is suggesting all earlier we know, because these are all the important characteristics of your NEP. But what holistic things you are talking, what holistic education system you are want to provide? For that, slide is prepared. So number one, we talk about assessment and educational approaches, how you are going to take on it. We all know about the product. Again, I will going to talk on this slide. But when it comes, who are the stakeholders for whom you are talking about? Then if you are an educator or promoter, you have to ensure that you provide STEM education integrated with other subjects. Now see, we are not leaving our grassroots. Please remember, STEM is there, science, technology, engineering, management, integrated with the other subjects. Earlier also, our education system was not something which is very plain. We were having dual specializations. We were having interdiscipline specialization. We were offering some different courses also. Now we are actually considering that with our educational approaches also. So for being a parent, if you are concerned, there will be always you can think for a better learning outcome for your child when you're admitting in this any of the curriculum. When it comes to perspective, you may ensure as a student that you are going more deeper in the learning, and somewhere or the other the vision is that let's make student not only prepare for the job but go for innovation, go for startup, go for entrepreneurship. That is also possible into it. In the next part, we talk about a holistic education. When I talk about the holistic education, what does it means as an educator for me? So actually it provide holistic in more in a different part. So holistic education covers almost every aspect which I like as a student or as an educator, what has to be provided. So more hard art, which even I might not heard or listened or even have done the course during my graduation, that I can get a chance. Being a parent, you can also expect more learning outcome. Being a student, now see, if my child now want to go and take an education, I will always try that my child should not only do one or it should be only specialized in one. I feel that okay, my child must have an entire holistic development. So he must know most of the things. He must be aware what is happening, what are the important things which are there. So even if you may observe your kids books, if somebody have, I personally do that. And when we see, we are finding that nowadays kids of third standard, fourth standard, now they are learning about horticulture, they are talking about budgeting, self-financing, they learn how to do transaction, they know how to speak. These are all something called as an holistic development. So being a student coming for higher education, how you are going to provide? So for that, we talk about skill, we talk about their communication, soft skills, discussions, debate, how holistically the student can develop. It is not only just providing the degree for that. It is not something new, but there is something which has been more focused on it. Okay. When it comes to multiple exit, multiple entry, we all know that how for educators, we must prepare a flexible curriculum with a different combination. So that's what I was telling you. When I talk about major discipline specific courses, minor discipline courses, add-on courses and all, that is something you have to be very much what we call our mind, our thought process should be in such a way that we must be thinking of all this aspect and we must prepare our curriculum. That's going to be very important, and it is going to be a game-changing thing when we are prepared, because it will actually ensures that our student sustain for a longer run. Okay. And make sure that we are not missing any thing in the multidisciplinary. Of course, that is always going to be there. When it comes to an student perspective, student will have an option as per his choice. He can get it, his certificate, and he can leave. Might be a reason, any reason could be there. Okay, we are not here to discuss reason, but reasons could be there. He may go with the diploma or degree with his credit on. So there is always a calculation behind, there is always a conditions behind that every student who is pursuing a degree course has to be fulfilled. That when it comes to flexible masters, what does it mean? So now redesigning a master's program with a more flexible. Now people say that okay, someone has done some course. Now most of the time when we have observed, personally, I would like to thanks Dr. Kishore sir here. uh, when we sat together, when we were discussing and doing the brainstorming, it has been come into the picture that most of the master programs or even in the final year program, you may observe when a person is doing uh, what we call a course of BCA. Again, I'm giving a very actual picture. So a BCA program, how the BCA program can be called? It could be called as a discipline specific course. It means a person learning the courses which are relevant to the particular BCA, that is a computer application. And at the end, he must have almost very good connect with the core what he's learning, that is a major discipline, with the research component, because a research is something which actually promote him for the masters. And in the masters also, then we all know that if you are doing, then masters can be completed in 5 years also, depending upon the graduation you have completed. Okay, so flexibility in the masters is always there. It is, again, I'm telling you, nothing is changed. 2 years of master program is there. Depending, for example, someone has done with the degree and he has exited from the course in 3 years, he can go for masters with the same credit calculation and go for the masters for the next 2 years. If someone has done the honors degree, he can complete his masters in 1 year, as I've just told you that. Okay, so student, as a student, if I am a graduate, now I have a lot of variety of choices and option for my higher education. It is not something that I should restrict to a particular part, because research is something, okay, it might be if you feel that research is something very specific to one. No, it's not like that. So in that case, I must be in a very benefited side. When it comes to the model public university, what actually is accepting? So being an educator, what we want to do, we want to restructure the existing institutions into ensure that new multidisciplinary higher education systems we are actually trying to build. That is the educators or promoters need to think of it. Restructuring has to be done. Restructuring doesn't mean only just change the building and all. It is something that our entire what we say, the process what we follow, that has to be revamped. That is very, very important. Being a parent, you must be very concerned that high standards of holistic education across the India is provided. Now, if I say, imagine NAP implemented everywhere. Now what happened? You will not find a lot of variations when you move from one place to another. So there will be always similarity, even if there might be certain changes, some courses, some programs with certain different, but you will have a lot of flexibility into it. Being a student, you will be always into win-win situation. And then as it was rightly suggested, if you know, uh, people were talking about, even this is the case we are facing from last couple of years, when our student after graduation they want to go for higher studies in foreign countries. You know that for just 3 years of degree they were not considering, because the credit what they have earned was not equivalent what they were expecting. So that's what the reason 4 year which has been implemented as an research degree or as an honors degree, that actually help them, and there will be no hurdle when they want to go for proceeding. Okay, so I hope everyone understood. I think it might somewhere repeated, but the things are there which has to be taken very seriously when we go and try to design or frame our curriculum based on the NEP. So in multilingual, as we all know, basically NEP promotes and says that okay, it is not only one language, two language, it should be with the different language and variety has to be provided. Again, with the parent, holistic development he is looking in a student, and as a student he will have the leverage that he can go and get lot of input into it. In multidisciplinary, we may go and talk not only just to finish the degree, saying that I am have done the multidisciplinary course, but rather the things can be used to go for incubation, go for startup and entrepreneurship, because we all know that whatever we talk for startups and entrepreneurship, it is not something that can be done by only one specialized people. For that we require multiple people from different background, and if a person is doing with the different variety of the courses, as what is suggested, I feel that he will be having a more clear and crystal vision that how that can be implemented for that. Okay, so being an education institution, we can say that okay, we are providing this, we are catering incubators, we are talking about startups and all, because our courses in the particular programs as made in such a way that that can be done. And being a student, if somebody join your organization institution, he knows that the way the structure has been made, it will actually help him to make his wish come true. Might be a student having a visionary idea that he want to promote, so how doing an education from doing in your organization, how you can promote and become a startup or entrepreneur, that has to be taken care with this. So this is all something a very important key, what we called uh, important parameters I feel, or suggestions I feel, that has to be taken care by every institutions who are now moving towards implementation. So if you summarize everyone, you will understand that we truly now talk about the holistic development and holistic what we call education system building for higher education. I'm taking more into higher education, but it doesn't mean that we don't cover the basic what we called uh, level, that is till level 5 we called as a school education. You can see here two different images are there to compare. Higher education I've already talked. I've already told that our aim is to reach at least 50% till 2035. That is from 26.3%, which was actually 2018. It was very low, and see, within some couple of decades, we want to plan to go reach to that. And it was even planned when it is implemented perfectly, uh, almost everywhere. Then we are planning that almost every person who is eligible for higher education must go for that. So 2050 was the target. Somewhere it was mentioned, somewhere it is not mentioned, but it was actually mentioned how it has to be done. So a lot of things are there between these two. I have already compared. I didn't talk about the Parakh. I'm going to talk what is this assessment plan. And Parakh is under NCRT. They are going to develop for the schooling. And we were having the separate different regulatory bodies for our higher education for assessment and deciding, and a lot of things are there into it. One important thing for teachers, or a teachers in education. Now a new comprehensive curriculum framework for education is already formulated, we all know, and there is one National Education Technology Forum, NEFT, has been formed to promote use of technology. Now see, when I talk about technology, it doesn't mean that only for computer or related or allied courses, but it is for everyone who are into that. So lot of motivation, energy, lot of emphasis was put not only just for the student or to ensure or convince to the parent, but also to uplift the entire educational system from one part to another, so as to we can make it more. So a very interesting thing which is happening here, investment, if you can see, they were actually planning to have 6% of GDP to be invested, and they have more to increase depending upon the things. So now I don't know, but I'm very optimistic. I feel that now things will reach to almost every people and they can get benefited of it. But again, finger crossed for that. So we have to wait how the things work. Now question comes, actually these are all the very basic slides that we have taken, uh, that has been done. Okay. Now this is what the old structure, I'm just talking about the school level of things, how the basically academic structures were revamped. You can see here, 3 years for Anganwadi, then 2 years for class 1 to 2, that is age to 6 to 8, then 3 years here, then 3 years till 8th class, and then 4 years, which is actually combined from class 9 to 12. That is, age is also defined. It means that we are not allowed to admit any student before 3 years he attend as per is. So we talk this as a fundamental stage, this as a preparatory, middle, and secondary covered. I know this all are things that you all are aware. We will talk on the higher education side in an upcoming slide. I hope everyone is able to get what I'm actually talking. So almost most of the things has been uh, done. So that's what. Okay, one more important. I've told about the foundation literacy and the numeracy by grade 3 is a mission, and we are in the mission mode. The idea and intention to revamp the entire existing structure, at least till level 5, is to ensure that by grade 3, please remember by grade 3, where the grade 3 falls, you can see here. Okay, so class 1 and 2, that is 3 years till fundamental and preparative part of it. You will have to ensure that you have the fundamental achievement of numeracy and literacy. That is the fundamental. Numeracy is something day-to-day uh, computing, that is mathematics, you can say, dealing with the people, with the currency, with some maths, which is very fundamental and functional. Even we have seen people who are not literate, they know how they deal with the numeracy. This is what actually has been taken as a grassroots, and they want to ensure that at least for every grade 3 student, now I'm talking because these are going to be our main input when they come from after 12th to our higher education. So that is what fundamental revamping is very, very essential, was needed, so that we get a good quality student, and they must be very sensible in critical thinking and problem solving attitude. It only comes when people understand the value, people understand the things, because if they don't understand how to deal, how to tackle financial decision, budgeting and all, actually I think that it will be not very easy for them to grab when they come after 10th or 12th. It becomes difficult. Okay, we have talked about Parakh. Parakh is something standard setting body under the Ministry of Education for national assessment. NCRT is also even taking care of it. So performance assessment, review, analysis, knowledge, and holistic development is something Parakh is taking care under the umbrella, and it is taking care of entire assessment criteria has to be defined and it has to be done. So these are all the things I will not cover. It's all there. Yeah. One more slide credit to NCRT. If you see, we talk about 360-degree multidimensional report for all students. Now, what does it actually mean? Of course, it will be 100% set up and redesigned by the concern with the states and the product, that is NCRT, SCRT and all. So what are the different things that you want to change? Just changing the what we called vision, that okay, we want to attend like literacy and we want to attend numeracy, we have to go and change our assessment. So how the assessment has to be done, we know about psychometric test, how it is there, affirmative test, peer assessment, assessment with teachers, parents, and a lot of things self-assessment we will be going to do. There are a lot of software-based evaluations, assessment, monitoring, and tracking is proposed that can be done to ensure that overall development. So overall development is something, it is not only a report card telling all the marks in a particular subject you are getting, but it is an overall. We as a parent, personally I as a parent, I witness when we get a report card for our kids, it is a page, it is almost 4 or 5 pages of the report where everything is observed, the interest, the mode, things, and how they evaluate. They have a lot of very wonderful SOPs they have maintained, the way they have evaluated. Then they have always have the proof for it. So why I'm actually focusing on it, I know we were supposed to talk only on higher side, but it is very, very important and crucial to understand whatever things which are coming as an input, if they have a very better clarity, it will be becoming very, very interesting and important for us. And now being a teacher, now it's a need of an hour to ensure that we are ready for them to face with lot of different their curious challenges and their opportunities what the people come. So I will not cover this examination part, I will just stick to. So this is what something when we were preparing for, personally I was preparing with the help of sir told that okay, let's talk and try to focus on it. We have seen the revolution, right? Industry 1 4.0 5.0, now we are talking. Here is an educational 4.0. Education 4.0 talks on a three fundamental parameter. One is problem solving. Approach of problem solving is very, very important. And who is going to solve the problem? If suppose I am a major stakeholder as a student, I have to think of it. Collaboration. Nothing possible in the world as of now if you're not collaborated, if you're not connected to the people. And thanks to a lot of, we talk about collaboration doesn't only talk about connected with Facebook and social media for doing fun, but it is something, a professional collaboration also important, where we can explore a lot of interesting things. It is very, very important, it is very, very become influential, not only just for the student to get their opportunities as a job or something, but also for a faculty and institutions to explore and go, because this is the revolution in industry education 4.0 where we talk about digitalization. So it is not something ITM only exists in Nanded. In the future we can see that ITM is available everywhere. So anyone sitting in across any of the globe, if you find everything suit, he can go and take the course if they provide the platform from them. I'm talking about setting up of the digital university, autonomous institutions like that. Next comes under the adaptability. Now adaptable, very, very important things are there. See, in 4.0, in NEP, almost every person, every faculty who are joined here in the meeting and across YouTube channel, you agree now there is a major what we call big what we call mountain to climb, correct? It can be only done when we change our attitude to adaptable. We have to be adaptable. We have to ensure, we have to accept the things and we have to start implementing. Yes, it is the phase where we learn every day. We learn every time when we implement. I personally being here as a faculty, sorry, every time, every time when we meet for a meeting on NEP or something implementation, we have a new suggestion. Sorry for the break. What I mean to say is that since things are new, we may follow the sorry, we may follow the setup guideline, or we may come up with our new, because in every guideline it was suggested that we have a chance to go and make some changes based on the recommendation done. For example, you are affiliated to university. For example, we have already talked about, if you all remember, we have talked about certain credit, right? Sir was actually telling in the last slide, if you remember. So they told that for minimum 3 years, the total credit should be 120 for 3. For 4 years, we're talking about 160. If that is the case, please tell me one thing. Is it possible? Can we go up and down? Of course, there is a possibility. Okay, that can be done. So lot of things we are actually planning in education 4.0. Certain things are there. Before I go there, I will tell you some of the snippet. So this is basically the NEP 2020 report, which is headed by Dr. Kulkarni, Pro Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University, and that was actually implemented in our Maharashtra. So on that, some of the snippet has been taken to just highlight some important, because it's a long report, and if you all want, I can share that also. We have the overall report. Our report is almost having 156 pages, which is coming with the recommendation from government of Maharashtra, and lot of things has been recommended, lot of things has been appreciated, some important suggestions has been also given. Okay, these are all there. So one question was there. So importantly, when we were talking about DSC and FSC, one question was arise. I think sir has only asked. So things goes like that. Now, one more important thing here I want to highlight. We all are actually planning to set up. First of all, I would like to tell you, when we are actually trying to enforce NEP program for academic year 23-24, if you have not done for 2023, it's okay. You don't have to at least bother as of now for your PG program, because as far as this calendar, your PG, the first batch will only come after 2025 or 2026 academic. Understood? So first is focus is that we must go and propose the plan for it for our upcoming academic year, which is going to launch. Okay, so 4 year I have already told, a lot of universities has been done. This is what something interesting. So we are in the plan of transition from pre to post NEP, because pre NEP people talked a lot of debate, lot of things we have understood. Now this is a time where we want to go and do implementation. Not only implementation, but we have to actually make it into effect from our next academic year. Okay, that is what there. Second important point is, yeah, capacity and student enrollment at level 4.0. I'm talking about level 4.0 from where? From level 5 when, sorry, from all the level 4 when student come. Sorry. Okay, if anywhere I have used level 5 till the 12th, no, it's not like that. It's level 4 only. So when he's first time admitting in an undergraduate program, then the enrollment is at level 4.2. Okay. Let me do one thing. I may share the slide side by side so that you all can see what we are actually talking. 1 minute. I hope my entire screen is visible. I'm sharing my system audio also. I don't know whether there is a problem with audio. I hope everyone is able to see my
No, sir.
Screen is not visible.
Sir, no, sir.
Yeah. Actually, we have just renamed just one. Thanks to Dr. Kishore sir. He has helped a lot, and he is the main idea behind making this. So you all can see here. We talked about level 5. Here you can see level 4.5. We were talking, and the same thing which was discussed here in our NEP 2020, which was under Dr. Kulkarni. Okay, so overall intake capacity shall be defined according to the academic and the physical facilities available, keeping in mind the norms pertaining to student teaching ratio. We all know about the student teaching ratio, right? Okay, that has to be followed, and again it was subject to a decision taken in the academic council in your particular university. So there are everything has a particular ratio. Nothing is actually changed here, but we have to follow. So academic council of respective university will take decisions on that part, and we are starting here from to 4.5. Okay, sorry, my camera is off. I don't know why. I think it works. Okay, going back. Sorry, I'm just shifting from one slide to another just to give a brief what is happening. So, okay. Yeah, we have talked about student allowed. Okay, one more important thing. Okay, successfully complete multidisciplinary 4 years first degree program. And then here you see a student will be allowed to enter or re-enter only in odd semester. That is important. I'm very specific to our Maharashtra regulation. Please remember. So odd semester entry is there. Okay, re-entry at a various level of lateral entrant in an academic should be based on the a particular earned credit or the valid credit which are deposited in your bank. That is academic bank of credit that we have to take, and that should be also validated with RHE, that is registered higher education institution. Okay. Next, okay, common. Now this is what actually I was talking about, the common university entrant test. Okay, that has to be conducted. I know it will take time, phase manners it will implement, but it has to be done. Okay, so yeah, see here. Now, as per the report, you can see distribution of credit has been done across multidisciplinary 4 years degree program and 5 years integrated PG program. Now, something interesting. Now, it is not something which is new. I have worked in other universities. I worked in LPU in Punjab also, where I know that dual specialization integrated programs were also there. For example, I tell you one example. Before NEP everything, there was a BCA MCA integrated program, and that was actually for 5 years. Imagine. So in that way, the earlier program were there. Here also the same, but we have to understand how the distribution of credit has to be proposed and done in the disciplinary or interdisciplinary. Now there are two terms are there. One is disciplinary. Disciplinary means from the same. I have told you one example. For example, I am a BCA. I want to do BC. BCA becomes a discipline specific course. Okay, discipline specific program. Interdisciplinary means, let's take an example of BSc, which includes zoology, botany, chemistry. So they are interdisciplinary. Okay, with the minimum 40 to 56 credit. Here you can say for majors, now some distribution has been done. Again, I'm telling you, if there is something plus minus 1 or 2, it's fine, because there is a variation of 10% is allowed in the NEP. Okay, so you can see minor credit ranges between 20 to 28, which was proposed. Now, interesting, skill based and vocational studies, we are offering 12 to 18 credit. And when it comes to your other engagements like field project, internship, we all know that what are the criteria to exit from first year, from second year, third year. For that, you have to mandatory follow the rules which are led by the university in a particular program or a particular course. That has to be taken care. I will just want to show you this slide. I don't know how much time I have. This is level C here. If you see here, one dummy is prepared. Actually, this is the main important. As we have seen, this is the major DSC is there. Okay, and here DSC is there, discipline specific elective, minor specialization, that is minor DSC. Then here we will get other faculty, that is multidisciplinary or open elective. Open elective is also called as OEC, that is generic open elective also. Then in that we have ability enhancement courses. That is also part. It has to be compulsory available. If you are preparing your syllabus, you can follow this and you can always include this parameter. If you have anything, you can change. So it is already suggested how things are there. In ability enhancement, what you want to enhance. For example, being a commerce, like let's take a BCom. If you want to develop a skill for PC maintenance, okay, then what happened? It will become an ability enhancement for him, because by this he will develop a skill and he could be self-employed in that way. So we have Indian knowledge system. Again, we have professional ethics, value, education, skill courses, life skill courses and all. This could be a part of ability enhancement or skill enhancement courses can be there. Now, it has been highly promoted and encouraged that every program what you are going to run in your organization institution, you must ensure that this value added programs, ethics and all this should be 100% available into it. Okay, vocational and other things which actually add value, I have already told you. See here, you can see the value which is there for vocational. 12 to 18 credits you can provide for entire program. Then you can provide a credit, and it should be incremental for every semester. You can say, if I say semester 1, semester 2, how you are going to provide. Here one example is given for SWAM and PTL. You can go for IIT spoken tutorial and all, you can just include and you can have it. Okay, there you can find. Now next, earlier students were doing lot of what we call extracurriculum activity, joining NSS and other different services. Even if they are doing certain program where they are awarded with certain certification, irrespective whatever the program which you consider and whatever allotment you have done based on the approval and all, then you can award the credit for a particular student. So this becomes again an motivation for someone who can go and do some additional services that could be a part of their entire credit earned program. And finally, project internship is very, very important. I've told you, for which for project, if it is an in-house project, 4 credits are supposed to be given. If it is an internship or apprenticeship, what he's doing, 6 credits can be awarded accordingly. So if you see here in that level, you find that 45 credits are there, and what we are proposing near to it. So above 40 with the variation is okay enough here. You can just see. Now something interesting. When a person, imagine one student want to uh, go out, that is exit, he want to do for any reason, might be some personal problem or want to go for the job, or he got a job and now he want to work, he can exit with certificate additional 10 credit bridge course corresponding to the skill based or the vocational and the internship on the DSC. This is discipline specific, he has to go and do. It means exit is not simple. Okay, we are very specific in our talk, in the state, in our report. It has to go and do, and then only he can go and exit, and we are very focused on it. For example, if I say BSc IT under your science and technology, you can say simply that he has to go for certain 10 extra credit for it, then he can go and award the certificate. After that, you find the same thing happening, but here okay, here we are not proposed anything, but you can see, because this is something which has to be proposed as of now for getting into the discussion, but you can find what are the different options that you can go and provide as a vocational and skill based courses like English. You can go for swam, you can soft skills, you can introduce webinar tools. This is one of the things, PC maintenance, e-waste studies, or what sir was actually promoting for energy, that also you can go. Any of the things which can actually involve and do something into the extra vocational or enhancement or ability that can be added into it. uh, if you see here at this level, that is after 2 years, when you want to exit with the diploma, again additional 10 credit has to be done. Okay, either with the particular course or with the internship. So 10 credit something which has to be earned, that has to get at a level. You can find level 5.5, that is a degree program. Here you will find exit option with 3 years degree he can award with the trend credit bridge course corresponding to skill has to be done. Or if he is doing internship on a particular discipline specific, very specifically towards his program, that is BSc IT, then he can get a degree and he can have an exit option. Now something interesting here, imagine one person done and some person from other institution join XYZ university or college. At that time he is actually joining at level 6. In that part, admission can be only given to those who have secured a CGPA of 7.5 in entire 3 years. Now, this is the condition which was put in the report. It means that the person or the student must take a proper decision whether he has that particular credit or not. And as we have told, it is now there are two things are there. One is major, and you can see here in the third year you will not find anything DSC minor and all. Now everything remote. We are only having the ability skill enhancement, and that is purely on the research, because sixth we called as a research degree or we called as an honors degree. It can be only given when you are actually adopting this kind of a particular structure, where you can find that he is doing specifically on that, so he can go and opt for it. He can actually go and opt the entire 6 years under the monitoring or under the observation of the college and the university, and he can completely earn by doing any online or MOOC course, provided with having what we call the weightage and properly given for his research, and then he can earn the credit. This is how the calculation which was actually proposed to go for 170, if you see this particular, sorry, 160, but we have seen that it can has increase, and as per the Kulkarni sir report you can find it is having 176. So this is all what the small structure which is made that can be followed as a model that can be used so that you can go for the credit framework. This is the credit framework that has been proposed and that can be used. Okay, so let me go. 1 minute. Where is my slide? I hope things are a little bit clear. I tried my level best into it. Next, if you see, okay, we were talking about disciplinary, major, core, minor, electives, disciplinary, interdisciplinary. Please remember one thing: it is not something cup of tea that okay we can understand in one part. It takes some time to understand because terminology is somewhere might be confusing. We have to adopt for it. So choice of department specific subject core, that is we can say is the DSC. Subject specific core, that is basically SSC, that is the part, is a major which is built on an intensive specialization in multidisciplinary domain. Okay, now if I talk about the multidisciplinary domain, we all understand now what is the meaning of it. And if it is in the DSC, that is a subject specific core, then we talk about the person who is doing on a particular subject. For example, let's BBA. Okay, BBA course people used to design. Okay, where it could come, any example, can you just tell me? Okay, I will give more simpler example. Let's talk about BCA. BCA may come under which particular discipline, or which particular you can say specialization. Is it going to be in the DSC, or it could be in anyone in a multidisciplinary? Okay, that is the point. For example, if I talk about BCA, it could be discipline specific. When it comes to BCCA, that is BCom in commerce, now it comes under the multidisciplinary. Okay, so I have already tried to mention here some of the example. See here, it comes under the FSC. BBA comes under FSC. If you see here, BSc, if it's covering botany, zoology, and it comes under the SSC. These are some examples which are given. And please remember one thing: almost all the courses, as per understanding, we are quoting this. All the PG courses usually comes under the DSC, that is discipline specific part. DSC, sorry, discipline specific core courses that has to be taken care. So these are all the important things. I thought that since we have covered a lot of part into discussion of NEP advantages and all, but when it comes to implementation, I feel that the report of 156 pages has to be read thoroughly to understand, and then you can take a decision or wise decision to go for implementing and making the syllabus and curriculum for your institution or organization. Things are mentioned, lot of highlights and what we call focus has been posted. See here, I've told you this, you see open and distant learning, that is ODL and online education has been put. Flexible learning opportunities has been provided to ensure that student is not only just going to have a particular regular college, but it can go and opt for it, so that a lot of flexibility is given to them. So we see Swayam. SWAYAM is, we all know, very important portal. Online credit courses shall be aligned. So you can go and opt for, search for a particular courses, align it. Academic Council of University will monitor the progress, transfer of it, and centralized system will take care of it, so that any student from any particular institution should not face an issue in future whenever he is going for transfer of a program. Sorry, transfer or taking admission or exit part of it. So this is an internship part of it. Okay, execution of design curriculum for multidisciplinary 4-year degree program, 5-year integrated program. So whenever necessary, if curriculum so demand, the concerned regulator autonomous institution may consider having more than 40 credits. I hope this point may justify how one example was given to you, where the credit was shooted from 40 to 45. Okay, but it has to be ensured that minimum should be there, and a program which has the minimum credit for any program for 1200 hours. It include everything. Okay, don't only consider the teaching mode. It could include every activity, social activity, any ability enhancement course, any online swam course, offline courses, whatever you consider, everything has to be covered, assessment and every part. Okay. Okay. The course, now I'm talking about course. Course means the subject here. Should be well defined with the learning objective and learning outcome. Now, this is something which we are actually doing from a past couple of, I think, sessions. It's very important and mandatory to mention what is the learning objective and outcome. That has to be done. And divide the syllabus into smaller component called unit, that is already there. And specific learning outcome, that is another term uh, we were doing, because in our institution organization we were telling this term as a PSO, that is program specific outcome. Okay. And PO means entire program outcome. So in that way, the categorization was there. For example, in our case, suppose I'm from BCA ISMA, that is basically your information security and mobile application. In that course, my specific learning outcomes should be different for every course, for an entire overall my program. Okay, so we termed as an SLO. So I think I have explained you what is the first year exit at a level 4.5, how the second year exit will work, third year exit, fourth year exit, so on. And this is how you can go and approach. So that's it from my side. If anything is there, please let me know. There are a lot of things that can be coming when you are going to implement. You will find a lot of things which has to be implemented at every level. So I'm not going to talk much on it, but this is the document that you can go and get. That's it from my side. If you have any questions, sorry I have taken longer time. I don't know whether I was.
Thank you, Ajay. It was very informative. You took a lot of efforts to deliver this talk. The slides were very well organized, and the content was too good to explain in word. There are
Thank you
some
very much, sir.
questions from the listeners, sir. Tell something, some information about RT 25%, free meals, transportation, and books, etc. in private CBSE schools.
1 minute, sir. Sir, can you please repeat?
Sir, tell something, some information about RTE 25% free meals. I didn't get
a free meals program.
Transportation, books, etc. Private CBSE.
I got, sir. So tell something information about the RTE 25% free meal, transportation, book, etc. in private CBSE school. Frankly speaking, those who have asked, I'm not much about how it is going to be implemented. But if you see now the people are talking mostly about the private. Public, we all know how government were distributing and all. But for that, I am not having the exact information. Once I get, I will just convey to sir, and sir will tell you. Probably, I think we have to wait. We have to see how the implementation happened and how CBSE is actually going to conduct. So, because wrong data and information should not be given in any platform.
Yes, very true.
Yeah. Thank you for asking the question.
Okay. Thank you, one and all. I take this opportunity to give my session chair's concluding remark on NEP. According to the NEP 2020 new academic structure, the old 10+2 system will be replaced with the new 5+3+3+4 system. It will consist of foundational stage, that is the year 3 to year 8, the preparatory stage, year 8 to year 11, then middle stage, year 11 to 14 years, and secondary stage 14 to 18 years. Then the basic aim of basic aim and objective of NEP 2020 are to make education universally accessible from primary to the secondary levels by the year 2030. It helps in building relationship between the learner and the society at large. Key points of the NEP is based on 5 pillars, and these are access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Each factor is very important. The new education policy was released under the Government of India Ministry of Human Resource Development, that is MHRD, on 30th July 2020, with the motto of educate, encourage, and enlighten. Nice motto. I am repeating: educate, encourage, and enlighten. This is the first education policy to be released in the last 34 years.
Correct.
The principle of National Education Policy 2020 is mentioned by the government are flexibility, that is, you can opt for any credit of any stream or faculty as such, no hard separation between the subjects, curricular and extracurricular activities, multidisciplinary education, conceptual understanding, critical thinking, ethical values, teachers as the heart of learning process. So lot of responsibility is on teacher's shoulder. Teachers support to learning in inclusive classrooms. Now here inclusive means accessibility for all, be it hearing impaired, be it physically disabled, whatever it may be. Teachers support learning in inclusive classroom in three ways. First, they teach to the students with the differing they teach the students with the differing abilities. As I tell, they may be physically handicapped and all like that. Learning styles can understand and participate. I'm repeating. First, they teach so that students with different abilities and learning styles can understand and participate. Second, they modify assignments when they are too difficult. Third, they model the respect and encourage friendships. So this is why ethical base we are having. So as per 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 system under the national education policy, the children will spend 5 years in the foundational stage, 3 years in the preparatory stage, as I told you, and 3 years in the middle stage, and 4 years in the secondary stage. So as a teacher, we have a lot of responsibility. And as rightly stated by all the speakers, we have to emphasis on what kind of subjects, credits, and what kind of other disciplinary subject you are giving is very important from college point of view, from university point of view. Since if you lag behind, then there is every chance that your admission may fall down. So students will approach to you or your college or your university or your school if and only if they found something interesting of their own choice, and then only they will continue with you. So ball is now in teachers' court. They have to make the teaching very interesting. They have to give the ample scope for different multidisciplinary courses. With this, I would like to sign up, and I extend profoundly sincere thanks to all the speaker, especially Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Yogendra Singh Ji Bisen for spending his valuable time, Dr. D.N. More, Dr. Nirmal Savji, and beloved friend Dr. Ajay Kushwaha. Ajay, your session was really very informative. We have taken a lot of time in preparing these excellent slides. So kindly share the slides with the listeners, since it is very informative. And let the information be reached to the everyone, and let us share the information what else we have. So
Definitely.
With this, I again extend my sincere thanks to Ajay. And he's very very nice guy. I know Ajay over a decade, and he's very sincere and dedicated to in his duties. And I'm really thankful, Ajay, for giving such a nice lecture on NEP 2020.
Thank you very much, sir. It was all your blessings, first of all. And one more thing before I sign off,
Yes,
I would like to tell one thing, that we have to follow the guideline which is given. But in fact, if suppose something is there are a lot of people, pool of people are there. We have a lot of collaborators. We can always be in touch, and we ensure that no one is getting lag behind for anything, because implementation is a phase where every steps when we go, we are actually achieving something. So there is nothing because when somebody thinks, okay, what is NEP, how to implement and all, first start one by one, form a particular team, do some brainstorming every day. I feel that if we talk every day for one topic, I feel that it will not become a hurdle for any organization, any institution to implement. And all the best wishes for all the colleges, all the universities, affiliated colleges, to ensure that effective plans has been made, and so that execution does wonderful. all my best wishes to everyone. And thank you, sir, for your nice and wonderful appreciation for me. It's really mean to me. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ajay. Over to you, Sanjeevani. Sanjeevani, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm glad to inform you all that the webinar is over now.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, all the listeners. Thanks to all the listeners for participating in this webinar. I really, really appreciate the way you attended it and spare your valuable time. All listeners, thank you very much. Big thank you from all of us.